T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, remaining start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Yo, all you homebrides out in Bronx, this one's for you.
Pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume.
Get down.
Pump up the volume. Dance, dance.
Put the needle on the record. 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 When the drum beats go like this.
One thing that I've come to believe is that technology can bring greater access to our capital markets. Our central question is this, though. When new technologies come along and change the face of finance, as they have done for decades, how do we continue to achieve our core public policy goals? In my role, I will always be animated by thinking about working families in the SEC's three-part mission: protecting investors, promoting fair, orderly, and efficient markets, facilitating capital formation.
I just did the whole thing without even knowing my mic was off. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgy. All right, now I'll start back over. This volume is killing me, man. It is absolutely killing me. 16.14. I think we're going to go for another record-setting low. I can't even put us over 10 to 30 million traded for the day today. I'm entering in the price or the volume now. Let's take a look at the big picture here. We have our massive 5-month wedge. We're slowly and surely creeping towards the end of this thing. Very, very slowly and surely creeping towards the end. Boredom is setting in. They want it to. I can feel it. On a 30-minute interval, we're at the end of a 11-day wedge. I think today starts the 12th day. Let's see where we're at here. How does the trend channel look on this? The trend channel shows it breaking going down. However, we have price increasing and volume dropping. I think that kind of also signals the same thing. So we'll probably break outside this channel just slightly, but that's okay, because we had that ascending broadening wedge that we had, that pattern that we had, We broke down to about $40.29. If we were to break outside the wedge today, $40.29 would definitely be outside that range. I expect to see possibly 39.66 as a low, 39.60-ish. Maybe 39.33. Testing that support line. Well, let's look at our data. Let's do a little technical analysis. Yeah, 39.33 to the penny. Good morning, Israel. Good morning, Active Douglas. Good morning, Crazy Peppy. Let's do the technical analysis. Who got price points yesterday? Duncan was the only one who did not get a price point. We got Monty got a price point, Eric got a price point. Monty and Eric were so close to not getting a price point, though. Price prediction point. 41.1 for Eric was his low, and Monty was 41.15. I was 41. I was actually close to not getting a price point. Duncan just narrowly missed it at 41.6 being his low. So let's give our tally points here to everybody. And let's look at True Demons data here. Short exempt volume traded yesterday was 100.2 thousand shares. Utilization is down to 76.46. And our day over day price was a 0.91% increase. Off exchange, 59.60 was what the last number was that I had pulled up towards the end of the day. But our total value ended at 58.7 by the end of the day. Looking at Ortex, currently 15.39% is the estimated short share interest of the free float. Moving to the top right hand side of the screen, institutional ownership showing 170.289. Updating, it's now 173.99. The highest that we've seen since I kind of was keeping track, I think, was 175.25. And that was on 11/18. Max Payne. Max Payne was $40. Let me refresh and see. I think it'll probably stay at. It might head up to 41. We'll see. Yep, it is 41. Max Payne has finally increased from 40 after a week and 1 day, has increased to 41. Spent a lot of time down there. Let's see here. And options chain. Let me update that. I've got to open up Fidelity real quick here. I have not done that yet. And updating the options. Scrolling down to the very bottom to see those $85 strike prices. Looks like we went from 15,000 options to 19.2. Driving back up to see what our highest levels of volume, open interest are. Some actually really strong numbers here. Considering that we're only on Tuesday, at a $50 strike price on the calls, we have a total of 34.8 thousand options. And on the put side of things, 35 at a $35 strike price, we have 12,000 contracts. So quite a big spread still. Quite a big spread, but signaling towards $42.50 as being kind of like the middle ground. But we do have $35 as the strike price. $35 for the put side is the current strike price, but we have a runner-up that's kind of catching up here at 40, which would put us down to a $10 spread between the highest open interest and lowest. Highest open interest for both call and volume, and that would put us at a $45 closing price for the end of the week. That is probably part of the reason why Max Payne has gone up to 41. Taking guys over to Vortex. On loan amount dropped again. So we had 2 days in a row where we had on loan amount going up, and then 1 day where it's gone down. The value that it went down by, it went from 89 million shares on loan to 87.8. Let's get this up over here. That'll be why our utilization went down. $114.9 million total shares available to borrow. That's down from 115.3 from yesterday. Yesterday, the total amount of shares left to borrow out of that 115 was 27.3 million. Today it's 27, just 27 million flat. Our total amount of shares borrowed, according to Ortex, the last number that I saw yesterday was 1 point. Did I take a screenshot of it? Let me see here. 1 point, I think it was 38. I think it was, yeah, it was a return of 1.38 million. Really close to basically what we saw a drop in the shares on loan. Let me see if I can find better data for you guys. 1 second here. I don't want to just throw up an estimate. Yeah, I don't have it in front of me. I failed to take a screenshot last night, but I think it was like 1.38. So while on loan amount did dip, the average age per day did go up. It was 76.99 to 77.04, so just ever so slightly. There's our utilization drop back down just a little bit, not too much. Less than a full percent. And here is our estimated short share interest of the free float. Also taking just a slight dip. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME in 11th with 43% buys to 57% sales. AMC in 19th with 46% buys to 54% sales. According to Stonko Tracker, it looks like they have borrowed almost a million here. It's 0.9. Let's see here. Gotta get out the calculator. Oh man. 6.2 million shares having been borrowed this morning. That's actually really high. Okay, I'm starting to wake up now. I'm starting to wake up now. That's a big number. So last Friday they borrowed 2.95. Yesterday they borrowed 2.9. Today I'm showing so far 6.2 million shares having been borrowed. That's hefty. That's really hefty. 4.5 is kind of average. If that gets much higher, if that gets up into the 7 to 9 range, we could be seeing some fireworks today. Definitely could be seeing some fireworks. 14.6 thousand calls, contracts out of the money or in the money on the calls. 46.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. This number is still lower than 100K, which is good. Or not lower than 100K, which is bad, but getting there. It's getting close to 100K. That woke me up. That 6.2 million bar woke me up. I need my coffee. Where's my coffee? The Shenzhen was down yesterday by 0.37, and the FTSE China was pretty much breaking even. Tesla is up in the pre-market 1.41. Hood is down 0.14. Amazon is down 0.3. Cinemark is down 0.39. Doge is kicking back up at 2.27. GME is down 0.62. And AMC is down 0.32. Our inflow versus outflow yesterday was a 23-point spread, even though we were up a full percentage point with more outflow than inflow. And then our volume this morning, 16.85. Let's see here. On the daily interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.23. On a 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.57. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with what looks to appear to be a crossover here in the next 30 minutes. With RSI at 48.7, right down the middle. And at a 5-minute, we have what appears to be another crossover here, the other direction. So some conflicting data between the 30-minute and the 5-minute intervals with RSI at 57.47. We had a pretty big push down here. Let's see, what time did that start at? Yep, as soon as the market opened, we had a pretty big push down from 41.27 down to 40.70. And then we've been running sort of up. I mean, it's definitely an upwards trend channel since then. I'm going to keep, I don't know, maybe I won't. And let's see what you guys are writing here. Good morning, Sandy. Good morning, Jamie's Healing Hands. Or I should just say Jamie. I think I'm going to go get my coffee. I'm going to go pick up my coffee over here in the fridge real quick, my cold coffee. And then we'll look up some news and see what's going on. I don't really expect to see anything in the news today necessarily. Actually, I'll just pull it up right now real quick while I'm at it. Let's see what we got going on here. Ugh, I'm tired. Ugh. 1 hour ago, there's no sugarcoating it. AMC Entertainment is still a mess. The Motley Fool. Oh man, they can't make up their minds. They don't know what they want to say. That's literally the article posted 1 hour ago. 6.2 million shares borrowed today so far. That's a lot. Oh man, the FUD is out hard today. 17 hours ago, there's an article. AMC CEO Adam Aron led 2021 insider sales as execs sold 70 million. I like how they put it in dollar amounts, so it sounds like it's more than what it is, right? Like, because a lot of people think of it as 70 million shares. It's $70 million. 16 hours ago, Ghostbusters Afterlife Ecto 1 popcorn container being sold online by AMC Theaters. And there's actually two articles about that. The Afterlife limited edition Ecto 1 popcorn container now being sold online by AMC. Let's check that out. I want to see what that looks like. That might be worth getting. Let me see. I'm looking for it, but I don't see it. I'm not seeing the. I'm not seeing the. I see all the different items that you can buy, but I'm not seeing the popcorn bucket. Hmm. Let me go grab my cold coffee. I'll be right back. Out of all the technicals this morning that I've seen so far, I think that the only thing that I really see that stands out in my mind is potentially the amount of shares that have been lent out this morning so far, because that's really high. 6.2 million is a lot, considering that the average day is around 4.5. So if there's one thing that excites me, it's that. Morning, Monty. Yeah, I really don't see too much as far as anything else here as far as the technicals go that indicate anything to me other than um, just low volume. But there is the huge amount of borrowing that's going on this early this morning. I hate doing pre-market trend analysis just because it's so volatile and there's like just I don't know. It's just so hard to do any kind of analysis on it whatsoever. But we appear to be on what looks to be like an ascending um, broadening wedge. Man, 18.12, and we only have 20 minutes left. Man, this could really be one of the lowest volume days we've ever seen. But they just borrowed like a ton of shares though, so they're expecting something. Normally the hedge funds don't just borrow, just, like normally at this time of the morning for the last 2 days, like Friday and Monday, they borrowed, 2 point something million shares, but they've already borrowed 6. So they're expecting something. And they might return them. They might return them. Or they may not be expecting anything at all, and there might just be a short attack. Hmm. I really couldn't come up with a good title for this morning. When I looked at the volume right off the bat, I was just kind of like, ah, man, come on, you gotta be kidding me. Look at the support walls that they have set up. At 4116, they have a 1091 share. This is an attempt. There's a big difference between bid and ask right now. There's $41 bid and a 4116 ask of 1091 shares. There's 1,000 shares at 42.30, 2,832 at 42.50, 3,035. Wow, I can't talk. 3,515 shares at 42.70. And just nothing's happening. Like nothing. I'll zoom in on it. I'll zoom in on nothing. look at the bid and ask. $41 and 41.16. Nothing. Absolutely nothing is happening. It's just sitting here. Huh. It's broken. This is like nobody wants to buy, right? Like retail hasn't kicked in yet. Institutionals don't want to buy just quite yet. I don't think so, Fish Killer. welcome to the show. This is dead. This is dead, dead, dead. It can't even get the order book to move right now. It makes me want to sell a share, one share, for $41.09, and see if it takes. It's just so dead. It's not moving. The movement that you're seeing that's happening right now is orders not being filled. Those are just orders disappearing. those are orders that are just disappearing. Like people are canceling their orders, their bid orders. They're canceling their bid orders, uh, and that's the only movement that we're seeing right now. It's just completely. It's like it's just turned off. Somebody turned off the light switch. It literally looks like somebody turned off the light switch. There's nothing happening. It's it's six. Wait a minute. According to my clock, it says it's 6:45. According to this, the last trade went through at 7:36. Does that mean that this has been going on for nearly 10 minutes with no trades? 0 trades in 10 minutes? I think that's what it means. It hasn't had another number to be able to add more bars in here for nearly, well, yeah, 10 minutes now. I've never seen this. Not with AMC, I mean. That's crazy. Right here, down at the bottom of the page, the timestamp is 7:36. The time right here in the bottom right-hand corner, which you can't see, is 7:40 or 6:46 because it's showing my time. The this is reporting. You can see the orders changing over here. Oh, there we go. There's an order. It got filled. Somebody bought some of those shares at 41.16. Or maybe it was 41.14. Sorry, 41.14. I'm going back to bed, guys. I'm going back to bed. There's nothing. There's nothing to watch. They broke it. This whole system is broken. This whole system is broken. Yeah, kick up your feet today, guys, because something's cooking. Something's brewing. 6.2 million shares borrowed for this morning so far. Something is brewing. Something's a brewing. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna play you guys a tune. I'm gonna go break out my guitar. That's how boring this is. Let me go get my guitar. I'll be right back. This is how we combat boredom. We break out the guitar. We're just gonna sit back here and play a tune. No stairway. And no singing either. See. Oh yeah. I hate performing in front of everybody. This is like making me more nervous than I've ever been nervous before. Let's see. I have a capoed up right now, so I don't remember where I'm at. You can do that every morning instead of playing music. It'll be okay with me. Oops. Oh, thanks, Bondaro. See, the problem is though, is the stage fright is just incredible. Like my heart is racing right now. You don't even understand. Like I just can't. I can't ever do that in front of people usually. The hands start shaking. The heart starts beating. You start forgetting where you're at. It's pretty rough. Guitar. It sounds like maybe a little bit like a banjo to you because I have it capoed up about 3 frets. And so it kind of gives the guitar a little bit of a higher sound. My range for singing is much better on a capoed up 3. So I tend to play a lot of the music there. Hey, wow, look at that. Just in time for our pokey stick of volume with a whopping, what were we going into? Dang it, I didn't see it. Was it 35? There's no way it was 35,000 shares. It was 18 just a minute ago. It's probably another 18,000 on top. 16. Yeah. 10 to 30 million today, guys. That's my prediction on volume. It's not changing. But I mean, if I take the capo off, let me just tune it real quick and make sure it's still in tune. But if I take the capo off, it'll sound more like a guitar. Monty's going 4105 to 4405. I might as well throw in my price prediction right now. I think I'm pretty comfortable with where we're going here. Oh, man, my dog's still outside. Son of a gun. All right, let me put in my price prediction. I'm going to go get him out from outside, and then I'll come right back. Let's see here. I don't know. They borrowed a lot of shares this morning, which really makes me think that something's brewing. And I'm not sure if it's a punch down to 40 and then back up, or if it's a resistance to upwards pressure or momentum. I'm gonna have to say with the low volume that is probably gonna be a punch down. It's gonna be a punch down to 40, maybe even 39.66, somewhere around there. I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna hedge off of 41. I'm gonna say 30.90 or 30.50 to 42.50. Yep. Hold on a second. Let me go get the dog in, and then I'll be right back. All right. Let's see here. It's not that far out of tune. Oops, I went wrong way. Let's see. Oh man, it's been too long. Let's see. Good morning, Salty Dog. I'm tripping over my fingers here. I'm a tripping fool. No, no, Monty. No, I'm not singing. No, man. it's, not, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. I have songs out there. I have songs out there. You can find them. They're on YouTube. You can hear me sing a song. It's not that good. But for whoever was asking if it was a banjo or a guitar, that's how you can tell the difference. Cadence Hokage. That's pretty much the big difference, though. That's the that's the nice thing about having capos. You can always capo up, and if you want to have guitar play in a key that's better for your singing, there you go. That's the difference. Guitar Lessons by Casey Shaw. So this is what the guitar sounds like, and I love playing some songs. Keep it up really high. Um, let's see. But you can do a lot of stuff with a capo. It's kind of cool. You can make the guitar sound many different ways. There was a time in my life where I started experimenting with different types of picks, and I had this idea that you could use different um, playing instruments or different playing techniques with different types of styles of picks. So normally picks are made out of acrylic. There's steel picks that are out there. There's wood picks, brass picks, you name it. There's all kinds of picks. So I actually came up with this idea to play with a solid piece of well, whatever quarter's made out of. So I actually took a pick, outlined a quarter, and then filed the quarter down so that the quarter was the shape of a pick, and then played with a quarter against steel strings, and it actually has this beautiful sound. The metal on metal is just the most amazing sound to me. But in the future, I have this idea for this pick, and for those of you who are guitar guys, Salty, I know you are, or you may be. I have this idea for this pick, and it's a double-edged pick, and so it almost gives the guitar a sound effect of sounding like it's being played as a 12 string. 12 strings are absolutely beautiful. I love the sound of a 12 string, right? I mean, we all probably have our favorite songs from 12 strings, right? I can't see. Right, so like we all have our favorite songs. That's a beautiful, yeah, Bon Jovi, dude. Bon Jovi. The 12 string guitar on that song is just it makes the whole song. Like you just can't play that on a 6 string and have it sound the same. It is just so absolutely amazing. Yeah, karaoke morning, Yinshin. There's nothing going on with this stock right now, Yinshin. Uh, there's nothing to report. There's nothing to show you guys. There's nothing going on. The only thing that I found this morning that is of any significance to AMC and possibly some kind of action that we may have today is the 6.2 million shares that they've borrowed so far this morning, and that's about it. Okay, here you go. See if you can name this song. This is really funny. I figured this song out when I was a kid. This is one of the first songs that I ever learned how to play on the guitar. Most people learn, Stairway to Heaven or what's that one song by Metallica? I don't even know. I don't even know what the name of this song is, but most people learn those songs first, but not me. No, I picked up the guitar and decided I was going to teach myself how to play the guitar, and and I had this one particular album, and I won't say who it is because that'll give it away. And I found out that okay, yeah. So I figured out the very first chord was this A chord. Now the traditional play, and you guys can't really see this with your hand, with your I don't know if you guys can see this or not, but traditionally an A chord is played possibly with the bottom 3 fingers or the top 3 fingers or barred across. There's a couple different ways you can play an A chord. However, the next chord for this particular song is this chord. And the next chord after that is that chord. But you have to play them really fast like this. And so I found out that there's a certain way that you have to hold that A chord so that you can slide around the guitar and get those chords fast enough to be able to play a song. I slaughtered it a little bit, but but yeah, that was like the very first song I ever learned how to play. I was like, yeah, I can learn how to do that. It took a little while, but I did finally figure out the fingering pattern that he used to be able to play that song, and I absolutely love that song. I don't know if you guys know what it is. Yes, they actually have very little feeling in my left hand fingertips. Like I can cut them with a knife and don't even feel it. It's yeah. Yep, Salted Dog got it. It's John Mellencamp. It's a little ditty about Jack and Diane. I feel like most guitar players are self-taught. We're like stubborn individuals. Very, very stubborn individuals. Yep, that is Neil Young. Doc got it. I'm impressed. What kind of guitar is this? Is a you're gonna make me look. Hold on a second. I forget which one I'm playing. Hold on. This is my Takamine. I prefer ovations. I love the sound of an ovation. But my wife and I went to every once in a while we'll go to Guitar Center and we'll just kind of check out what they have in there in the room and I started playing this Takamine and it has no active pickups on this, so it's a it's a non-tarnished top, and it just had the most amazing sound. I love the sound on this guitar. It has beautiful voice. I'd hate to throw a pickup on this because I'd be afraid that would ruin it. So this is kind of like my fun play guitar. It's got really nice action. But I'm just a rhythm guitarist, guys, so I don't do any crazy fast like soloing. I'm not a soloist at all. Let's see. Yeah, it rules out Van Halen for sure. This is my own song, so this is not going to be one you guys can guess. I've always been a rhythm guitar player. I've never enjoyed soloing. I used to play when I pick up and try my fingers are not happy. I laugh out loud. I only learned as a child church songs for choir. I lost interest in that. Yeah. So, a lot of times when parents go out and they buy guitars for kids, they don't know, and your first guitar probably ends up being like a $100 or $200 guitar, and the action's absolutely terrible on it. Or sometimes parents do the right thing and they go out and they buy it's not really a classical guitar, but it has classical style nylon strings on it, and it makes it a little bit easier to play, less hard on your fingers. There's a lot of tricks to it. But for me, I started out on one of the crappiest pieces of crap you could ever start playing on. And I would play and play and play until my fingers like nearly bled. And after I got done playing that guitar, which is probably why I like rhythm so much, because there's no way you could have soloed on that guitar whatsoever. But by the time I got done, I could pick up any guitar and play it no problem. People would want to play my guitar and they'd try to pick it up and play it, and they couldn't because it was just the action was so high, and the action is the distance of the string from the fretboard, and the higher that it is, the harder it is on your fingers. Oh, thanks, Salty. I appreciate that. The timing's not all there. My timing is actually kind of rough a little bit around the edges, but especially when I get nervous and playing in front of people. But um, I don't know. I do better with my timing when I'm not thinking about it. I get into my own head. But yeah, I love the tone on this guitar. It just rings so beautifully. It has great tone. It might be a little bassy, but I think as a rhythm player, I would rather have a little bit more bass or a little bit more lower tones than the high tones, just because I just that's kind of where I think the rhythm's at. It's the mids and the lows. Let's see. We're playing Name That Tune, right? Let's see. That's not it. Give me a second. It's going to take me a minute to remember this one. It's so simple because it's only 3 chords, but anybody? Nobody? I can't believe nobody's guessed that one yet. might have been playing it too slow. Let's see if I play faster. Nah, man, it's Smashing Pumpkins. Smashing Pumpkins. Let's see. There you go. Let's see. This is one of my favorites. Let's see. I gotta get it right here. Oh, I'm already massacring this thing. Oops. Got it. Doc got that one. Oops, that's wrong. There it is. I don't know the rest of it. Anyways, it's time for me to go to break. There's nothing going on here today, guys. Nothing going on, hence the playing of the guitar. 51,000 shares having been traded. We'll come back and see what the market's going to do for us on open. Let's see if they borrowed any more shares before I go. Nope, no new borrowing of shares. Oh, Green Day? Let's see. So I wrote a song one time that was really similar to Green Day's song. I was like, wait, that sounds so much similar. I know it's not exactly how it's played, but it's similar. Jackson Hunter said today would be a big green day. I mean, it's possible they did borrow a whole bunch of shares, but pre-market though is not indicating it. So if it's going to be a big green day today, then it's going to be something that just kind of pops up out of nowhere. As it stands right now in the pre-market, we're on what is what I would consider to be an ascending broadening wedge. This is now the second time we've seen this in just a couple days, and maybe only the third time that I've ever seen this pattern kind of forming. This isn't pre-market though, so I'm not necessarily entirely excited about doing trend analysis in the pre-market, but we'll watch it and see what happens. We'll see. See you guys in a little bit. Put on some music for you before I go. All right, see you guys in a bit. Okay. I am back. Oh, you're welcome, Active Douglas. Let's see here. Notice the 50 block ping pong game. I missed it, unfortunately. Is the music bad, MCon? I can change it. It sounds good as rule. I look forward to it. JP, I have a feeling, and as they say, you should always trade emotionally and YOLO. Good morning, Sean. Welcome back. Good to see you again. I feel like I've missed you for a day or two. So this is much. So let me pull back out to the 30-minute trend here. So we had, what was it? 2 days ago, Friday. Last Friday we had an ascending broadening wedge. This one also appears to be ascending broadening wedge, but on a much narrower scale. That's a hard word to say. Narrower. But anyways, I've only seen this like maybe once or twice before in the past. The way that this is, one of the ways that this can break out is when it breaks out of this, it's supposed to come back down and test somewhere close to the bottom, like a midway point, or possibly all the way down to the very bottom. In this particular instance, it didn't quite make it down to the $40 price point that I thought it was going to make it to, and price started going back up like I thought it should. The target price between the high point and the low point was supposed to be 45 bucks. However, I think you're actually supposed to count the price that's inside of the ascending broadening wedge. So in this particular instance, let's redo the calculation for this really quickly, just to see if maybe that's why the numbers didn't work out the way they should have. 4135 minus the 3966, giving us a range of 1 point. Oh, it's 4138. Sorry. Minus 39.66. Okay, 1.72 times 0.61%, $1.04 on top of the 41.38, giving us a top of 42.42. That top of 42.42 was actually exceeded, right? We exceeded the 42.42 right here with 42.99. So I would say that this did exactly what it was supposed to do, as far as this goes. It hit 42.99, but then the price dropped. So we have like a new pattern formation happening here. But it does appear like we're back on another ascending broadening wedge. We'll see if this pattern holds true when market opens. I don't expect it to hold. I really don't like drawing patterns inside of the pre-market or aftermarket hours. It's such an unstable period of time. The one thing I think that I should point out. Oh, you know what? Now that I remember Sean now. My memory's kind of escaping me a little bit, but I remember you being here now. The one point that I want to bring up today is that the amount of shares that has been borrowed so far this morning is at 6.2 million shares. The last 2 days, like last Friday was 2.95, and then yesterday was 2.9. And they're already up to 6.2 million shares. So it's like double the amount of shares, but our volume remains low, super low. So I'm only predicting between 10 and 30 million in shares being traded for the day today. But it's hard to say. It's hard to say what's going to happen here. If this truly is indeed another ascending broadening wedge, the price shouldn't make it much further down than this point right here of 40.70, but more likely we'll probably hit something closer to 40.90 range. So price moving up until we get the breakout coming back down to 40.90. I don't know how wide this is going to be, but I'm just kind of tracing, where it could possibly go to. Get price test up to the top, come back down, drop down to 40.90, and then we'll see what our upper point is. We'll do that same math formula, which is the height, the lowest point to the highest point inside the trend, and multiply it by 61%. Add it to the top number, and then that'll be our drive up price. What could get up to? We had like 10 or 15 minutes earlier this morning where there's just like no trading whatsoever. Like back in here. So I broke out the guitar, played a little bit of guitar. Bought some time to our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Which was minuscule, by the way, this morning. It was 16,000 shares. 16.8 thousand shares. And somebody had asked yesterday about Black Friday trading hours, after hours, because the market does shut down at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which will be noon my time. I don't know about the after-hour trading. I just don't know the answer to that. I think it all shuts down, but I'm not positive. So if somebody knows the answer to that, go ahead and throw it out there. Monty's prediction is in for the morning. He's got 41.05 to 44.05. I have 39.5 to 42.5. Still waiting on Eric and Duncan. Yesterday we had very, very, very close numbers, all four of us. We could have very, very easily all missed because we were stacked on top of each other as far as pricing goes, price predictions. Excuse me. Just want to point out that I just added Monty as a moderator. Monty and I had a chance to sit down and talk at length last night, and I just want to kind of welcome them to like the group of people that I invite into the inner circle. It's not a if I haven't invited you, it's not because I don't like you or anything like that. Please don't think that. Monty stepped in and he's doing these price predictions, and so I want him to make sure he feels if he's going to be doing these price predictions on a regular basis. I want him to feel like he's part of the group. So I'm adding him in there, and I went ahead and gave him moderator status. Monty, tread lightly on your moderator status. Don't be my mom. I don't know if you were here for that, but there was an incident where my mom, actually Crazy Pepe, got it as well. I gave Crazy Pepe moderator status, and apparently, if you are a moderator, it's very, very easy for you to accidentally select buttons that would silence people and kick people from the chat. So it was Mom Gate. We've had Elevator Gate and Mom Gate. Okay, it looks like Duncan's coming in at 43.2 to 46.2. He's throwing a Hail Mary. I almost did it too, Duncan. I have to say I almost did it too. I almost threw a Hail Mary as well. I really kind of like your price point, and I have a feeling there's a good chance you could be the only person with a runaway point today. So if that makes you feel any better. I don't know if he's listening. Let me type it out to him. Okay. Sorry, Duncan. I just sent you a message. I didn't know if you could hear. Tradingview doesn't show that price drop. Which one? This current one right here? Well, I can just, here's the thing with TradingView. I find in the pre-market and aftermarket hours on TradingView, it does not report very well. It's really, really janky, to be honest. Like it's super, super janky. So yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm looking at TradingView myself, and it just doesn't. You don't see that data. Oh shoot, it's time for me to start the morning intro. So here we go. See you guys on the other side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
And one thing
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Stage remaining start. Start. 2, 1. Booster ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Wait for that.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Yo, all you homebrides out in Bronx, this one's for you.
Pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume.
Get down.
Brothers and sisters, pump up
one thing that I've come to believe is that technology can bring greater access to our capital markets. Our central question is this, though. When new technologies come along and change the face of finance, as they have done for decades, how do we continue to achieve our core public policy goals? In my role, I will always be animated by thinking about working families in the SEC's three-part mission: protecting investors, promoting fair, orderly, and efficient markets, facilitating capital formation.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgy. So this is what I was talking about right here. We started out this low point right here at around, we could, I wouldn't say 40.72. So this ascending broadening wedge. This is what I was talking about. Breaking out of this wedge here. Looks like our high point was 41.55 before finding a low of about $40.85. So I would have expected it to be more like 40.91, but it ended up being just a slight bit more down further than that. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take these 2 points, 40.72 and 41.55, realize what the height is. 41.55 minus 40.72, giving us a height of 83 cents. We're going to add that, times 0.61. It's 50 cents. So we're going to add 50 cents to 41.56. And it looks like the total value that it should shoot up to is around $42. It may do a little more, it may do a little less, but around that amount. Volume is only at 1.25 million shares having been traded as of right now. That's 1.26 is pretty low considering 8 minutes into the market open. It's not a new formula. That's how you would calculate an ascending broadening wedge for price movement upwards. Believe it or not, an ascending broadening wedge can actually break out going down as well. In this particular instance, to me, it looks like a breakout that would have been going up. If it would have been a breakout going down, it would have had a little bit different characteristic. I have to go back to my rules page and tell you what that is. And by the way, the statistics for this is a partial rise on this works like 60% of the time, and a partial decline works 65% of the time. So there is limitations to this pattern, or to this formula. Most of this should be used on much larger patterns, like 3 to 6 months or more. But I still feel like the patterns still kind of work even on a daily basis too. Since we do have a level of resistance at 41.89, that'll probably be what we bounce off of. I don't know, it looks like we're kind of bouncing off of 41.51, but I would suspect that 41.89 is going to be that price point where we'll see us like kind of top out at, because that's the closest number to that value that I said of $42.06. Roberto going with a 41 to 43. Oh man, guys, I screwed up. I did not end the voting session yesterday, so I have to go to the end of the show yesterday and look and manually write down all the data for the price prediction for the week. I completely spaced ending the poll, so let me do that real quick here. I'm going to go back and I'm going to try and I'm going to just pull up the data and see what was up there. Oh man, is it not going to let me pull it? Oh no. No, I might have to redo this. Man, you would think it would give me like some kind of value after I end the stream, like if I don't automatically end it. Oh man, I apologize, guys. If anybody has a record of it, oh, that's terrible. Okay, lesson learned. I have to end the poll. If I don't end the poll, it's gonna screw everything up. Nuts. Well, I know the clear winner was definitely the 50 to 55 plus, but man. Hmm. What a bummer. It should show polls someplace. It should show, like, there should be like some kind of record of it. 53-1. Ah, that's crazy. All right, what do you guys think? Should I put the poll back up and we do it again today, or just gonna just know that we had? Oh, that makes me sick inside knowing that we went through all that and didn't collect the data. Oh, that's so terrible. I'm so bad. You guys can hate me now. Put a bunch of dislikes. Everybody put dislikes. Give me the down votes now. Hmm. I'm gonna put the poll back up again. I'm gonna pull it one more time. That makes me angry. I don't think so, Nikki, but I could be wrong. Let's see, 35 to 40. I'm having to put this in again, guys. I apologize. Oh man, that's so bad. JP, oh man, you're killing me. Yeah. Oh no. I'm not one of those people. I am not one of those people. I didn't like those results. We're repolling. Eric's got his price prediction in. Eric's going 44.10 to 44.10. So the same exact numbers that he had yesterday. It'll be interesting. We actually had, believe it or not, we actually had, I think, 4 people who had picked 35 to 40, which I thought was very, very interesting. Okay, here we go. We're at that 41.89 mark. We're getting really, really close. We hit 41.85. We may see a top here at 41.89. It may shoot just slightly past it and then come back down. The formula that I just ran here on this ascending broadening wedge was 42.06. My Fibonacci retracement may not be perfect. That's always a problem for me. I don't ever worry about getting those 100% accurate. They're just kind of close guesstimates. There's a sell wall of 2,600 shares at $42. We did hit 42.02, super close to that 42.06 number. Let's see if we can push it back up there. I'd love to see this thing make it right to that value. This technical analysis stuff pays off. Maybe it'll go higher. I don't know. We'll see. Good morning, Brett. Welcome to the channel. I think I feel like I've seen you here before, maybe. I'm bad with names. I apologize if you've been here and I've forgotten. Oh, Brett, closing date. Yes, okay, I know who you are. Never mind. Just kidding. I remember I remember the talks. We got about 10 minutes more before we do the next technical analysis. 42.02, not bad. I mean, that's really close. I'd love to see it punch past my 42.06 number before making a retracement or a correction back down. Let's take a look at the Bollinger Bands real quick here. Nothing crazy outside. I mean, there was in the very first minute, but that's always kind of a given. And this is the rubber band effect. You know, it went out here and then it went down on the bottom side. So 42.02. Looks like we're having a price correction back down. I looked up IGVN. LGVN. Sorry. I looked up LGVN last night. Not so hot. This probably would have been a sellout point right here on the way up on this point because you've got dip over dip size decreasing. This is a pretty big dip here. And then this is a secondary dip with less. And so somewhere in here would have been, somewhere in this point right here probably would have been a good sellout point. Okay, here we go, round two. I do need to pull up Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow. Blinding you in 3, 2, 1. I need to update this data. Yesterday we needed to see $44 and 55 million shares traded for the day-to-day in order for me to consider it being the beginning day of the Suck, Squeeze, Bang, or the blow period. 41.24 was our ending price. Is that right? Huh. Yep, that's right. Volume was 28,767,400. So it was a 35% increase in volume. Let me correct the days prior volume. 621. No, that's accurate. 25,262. There we go. All of our data is accurate. Oh, wait, hold on a second here. 28,767. That's not right. Then we got 26,21600. That's correct. And then we have 25,262. And we should have 23. Okay, everything's accurate now. Okay, so yesterday was not the day, obviously. Today, we would need to see price around $44. I'm going to say 44.25 at a bare minimum. No, I'm going to go with 44. 44 is fine. And then volume needs to be around probably 60 million shares traded for the day to day. No, more than that, 65. 60, how about 70? Okay, we need to see about 70 million shares traded today. So you see what a big difference that makes. Like we went up we went up from 20 million shares being traded on the 19th to the 22nd having 28 million shares. The total amount of shares that we needed yesterday was only 55. I think it was 55 million shares in order for me to count it as being, the blow. But because we went up that 8 million shares more traded, it now increases the amount today to 70 million shares that we have to trade today in order for us to move into that below phase that I keep talking about. So we're not there yet, and I don't think that's going to happen today. So no huge indicators today for potential movement into that next phase where we start seeing just massive amounts of price increase. But we'll keep watching it. Your thoughts, GME holders, YouTubers hating on AMC saying was overvalued. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Roberto. I doubt it too, JP. Based off of the pre-market data alone, I'm guessing 10 to 30 million tops. But you know what though? We have had in the past severe spikes in volume midday, and they just come out of nowhere. I mean, if you want to go back to the 30th of last month, you can look at that and see it. My prediction for today, which is probably not worth a whole lot, Ivan, is 39.5 to 42.5. Eric's got 5 for 5 last week. Eric's got a really good running on his price predictions. He's going with 41.1 to 44.1. So he's got a little bit higher prediction than I have. If we had another 1% gain on top of our close from yesterday, let's see, what would that put us at? A 1.25 gain today would put us at 41.75 for closing. I agree with what you're saying right there, Brett. I do think we are accumulating. I definitely agree with that. I don't think so, Roberto. AMC is not. I don't believe that they're working with Mark at all. In fact, I believe Adam Aaron has sent a request to Mark to not work on the behalf of AMC. So. And I heard, who sent that to me? Well, I don't want to name names, but somebody sent me a message saying that there was a talk last night about T0, not T plus 0, but T0. And it's bad news written all over it. It would give voting rights to Citadel. It has less operational transparency and more shady dealings. There might be a video that's out there that was who did that? That was there was a space call last night. It was ACM. It was AMC Bigums. Sounds like he might have a video out. Apparently it was tried before in London and it failed miserably. The T0. They agree that NFT is good, but there has to be a different way, and also to leave it up to Adam Aaron. All right, guys, it's time for technical analysis. Let me log into Fidelity real quickly. I'll take you over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what you guys are writing here while I'm doing this, unfortunately. Sorry. Brain farts. Since this is the first time we're taking a look at it since market open, I'm going to go through things a little bit slower than usual. So starting on the top left-hand corner, Monty, Eric, and myself all got price prediction tallies. Duncan, not trying to single you out, but you're the only one who didn't get a point. I gotta rub it in there. Gotta just needle them real good. Short exempt volume. We had 100.2 thousand traded into short exempt volume, which was up from the day before, but obviously since we were trading 8 million shares higher in overall volume, that kind of makes sense. Although here's the interesting thing to me. The previous day, we had 20 million shares that were traded, and our short exempt volume was 60,000 shares. But then we traded 28 million shares the next day, which is, I don't know what percentage that is up. Let me look. That's a 40% increase, right? A 40% increase, but our amount of short exempt volume increased, I think, more than that to 100,000 shares. So that's kind of interesting data. I don't know really what to make of that. It's just it's high, right? It's higher than you would think for just an 8 million increase in volume. Actually, no, it's not. Because I guess if you think about it, 60,000 shares, 1/3 of that would be 20, and you add 20. Yeah, no, it is higher. It is higher by about 20,000 shares. I don't know. Anyways, it seems higher to me than it should be for just 8 million more shares traded in the day. Utilization is at 76.46, which was a drop. Our day-over-day price increase yesterday was 0.91%. Normally at this time in the morning, we see about 53% traded into dark pools. I said dark pools. Into the off exchange. Let's refresh that. 57.77. That's high. That's almost the number that we would see an hour from now. That is really high. That's good. Updating Ortex. Ortex is showing that they've returned 90,000 shares. That's going to lower the estimated current short share interest to 15.38%. Let me enter in that value. A return of 90.4 thousand shares. Moving on to the top right-hand side of the screen, you will see institutional share ownership on the fourth line down. Currently showing 170.399 million shares owned by the institutions. I'm going to refresh that. Moving up to 170.495. That is really close to the record that we had on the 18th of this month, which was 170.525. So whoever said, Brett, I think you said accumulating. Bingo. There's your answer. They are definitely accumulating. Of course, do remember though that this data is older, right? This is lagging data, quite a bit lagging. So, but I do think that they're accumulating. Max Pain today. We went all last week and today or yesterday at $40 Max Pain. Today it finally moved up to 41, which is looking good as far as options go. Updating the options. It's looking good for our price, ending price for the end of the week. Highest amount of volume at a $50 strike price is the same thing as it was yesterday, with 6,000 options. On the put side, ooh, guys, wow, it is low, extremely low. In fact, I have to drag up and down this just to make sure there's not like some number that's lower. Okay, that is really low. Okay, it's moved up to 40. Okay, I feel like the guy from Home Alone. Okay. I can't do it like he does it, but that my cousin Vinny guy. I don't know what the actor's name is, but we only have 1.1 thousand contracts open at a $40 strike price. We have nearly a 6-to-1 ratio in volume. 6-to-1. That is huge. There's like hardly any put volume out there. Something's brewing. Something is brewing. I can feel it. I can feel it in the night. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. And here's the interesting thing to me. When this data on Ortex, we're gonna look at this and it's gonna look terrible, right? It's like they're cooking the books before they raise the price. You know, so that when the price goes up, everybody starts looking at the books going like, oh, they covered. Nah. They started cooking these books like days ago, a week ago. When Sean first asked that question about the long positions that Citadel had against AMC. It's like a week ago. Utilization is down. On loan amount is down. On average age per day for the loans actually very slightly increased. Estimated short share interest of the free float is down. Everything looks terrible with these numbers. Terrible. But they're preparing for something. They're absolutely preparing for something. If you have puts, if you had puts that were in the money and you knew the price was going to rise, you would dump everything that you had, absolutely everything you would had, and you would make every single penny you possibly could off of those puts. And that's why you see this on loan amount here dipping as much as it has. They got to dump them. They have to dump them because if they get caught with a big huge price spike, it's going to be that much worse for them, and they know it. They got to collect their money while they can. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME in 13th position with a 48% buy to 52% sell ratio. And AMC in 22nd position with a 49% buy to 51% sell ratio. I don't like the numbers on the buy to sell ratios for the last 2 days, yesterday and today, has looked pretty crappy. No sugarcoating it. It's looked crappy. But part of that could be due in part to the fact that we've had such low volume. And so even if these buy ratios are smaller than the sell ratios on trades, remember it's just trades, not necessarily shares traded, but the amount of trades, it's just low volume. We're still on the top 22. We're one of the top 22 traded stocks out of all of Fidelity's stocks that are traded, with our volume at probably one of the lowest points that we've had this entire year. How? I don't know. Shouldn't happen. No shares borrowed in the last hour or two. Only returns. 14.4 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 61.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. This number is skyrocketing. 182,000 contracts out of the money on the calls. That number's starting to skyrocket. We got a lot of long positions that are out of the money. NASDAQ is down 0.41. Dow Jones is up 0.14. S&P 500 is down 0.07. The market is currently barely advancing over declining with 3,760 advancers to 3,485 decliners. I feel like I'm saying recliners every time I say that. And when I say off exchange, I feel like I'm saying office exchange. Tesla is down 0.53%. Hood is up 0.5. Amazon is down 0.07. Amazon took a hit yesterday. Cinemark is down 0.67. Doge is up 5.72. GME is down 3.03. And AMC is down 0.2. I had to pick a spot to call it. Our inflow versus our outflow. We currently have 5 more points of inflow than we have of outflow. As we start to go net positive, neutral, and positive, and then neutral. I'm just kidding. 4.44 million shares having been traded after 45 minutes of trading. I'm getting 41.3 million average pace for shares traded for the day-to-day. Of course, that's going to go down throughout the day, since we do typically have our big spike right in the beginning half of the morning. If we do take a look at the volume here, normally at about 10 o'clock is when they normally attack the price down to try and reduce the amount of volume for the day. It looks to me like they may have started a little bit earlier today at around maybe 9:52. Nope, maybe 9:54. Right here where this price starts to fail a little bit. You get a little bit of action here and then it finally drops. So this is the attack against the pricing. I figured we would make it up to 4206 based off the calculation from this ascending broadening wedge. That's so difficult for me to say. And we hit 4202. Pretty darn close. So I'm going to go ahead and, yeah, I'm going to delete the wedge. Deleting the wedgie. On a daily interval, our RSI is showing much more selling pressure than buying pressure right now. RSI is currently at 53.28. On a 1 hour, we have what the heck just happened there in volume? Wait, what? Oh. Oh, it's because I'm on the 1 hour. I was like, wait a minute, what just happened there? It looks to me like more selling pressure than buying pressure on the 1 hour with a RSI at 51.38. On a 30-minute interval, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with RSI at 49.88. So everything's right down the middle right now on almost all the indicators for RSI. We have a crossover occurring right now with more selling pressure than buying pressure on the 5-minute with RSI at 45.64. There's really a lot of room for this to move in either direction right now, volume being super low. We know price can go both up or down really easily. I would expect with this breakout past the Bollinger point, the lower Bollinger Band right here, you would see a return to the, I almost called it the exponential, but it's not, the, oh man, something moving average, the, it's one of those days, guys. It's one of those days. Simple moving average. It finally came to me. I still can't see what you guys are writing. Let's take a look at, well, let's take a look at what you guys are writing. Let's see here. Words, so many. Brian must not be in here, Doc. Here comes the dip to 10-minute stock, just crossed the signal line. Johnny, welcome. Doc's saying everyone knows it's going to run this week. Brett's saying, what's your opinion of the 37 million put contract? Let me take a look at it here. Doc says it's a hedge. Brett says, how do they suppress volume? They suppress volume by reducing price, right? So as they attack the price down here, if there's not a whole lot of support for buying pressure, then what you end up seeing happen is the bid side just kind of shuts down, and it's like, okay, fine. I'm going to give in to you because you're obviously going to push me down, and so I'll just kind of back off and let you do your thing, right? That's kind of what's going on here is the attack starts, right? And then the bid side, you can see the bid side attempting to correct it. Here's the attack start right here. So they attack the price down, the bids, they kind of release a little bit, the bids come back in, then they attack it back down again, and the bids come back in, and then they attack it again, and the bids are like, all right, look, you do what you want to do. We'll take the fire sale. We'll come back in here and we'll debate at a lower price on where we're going to move. And so then price moves downwards and volume starts to drop. As price initially, when the sell-off happens, the volume kind of kicks up a little bit, but ultimately volume starts to be reduced because the bid side stop trying to attack it down. And so a bunch of and to get these attacks down in price, you see these I think they're called wash sales, where you have like basically like one or two, somewhere between 1 and 10 shares that will pop up on the bid side, and they try to reduce the price in between some of the larger bid orders. If there's holes in the order book, they'll fill those with small share amounts and then to drop the price. And so yeah, that's basically how they control the volume. They get the other side to give up for a while. I mean, who's going to fight it, right? Like, think about if you're trying to buy, and all of a sudden this huge attack comes in here with price suppression, right? And you're trying to buy shares. Why would you buy into that? You know what I'm saying? Like, no institution, no smart person, only apes would buy into that, right? But what's going to happen is you're going to buy into it, right? But your institution, whoever it is that your broker, whoever your broker is going to say, sure, I'll buy a share for you, and then they don't actually buy it until the price goes down. So they pretend to give you a share, right? You've got your imaginary share, and then they sell, they buy it at a much cheaper rate, and then give you your share, and you're all hunky dory. You don't know any better, but they just made however much money on this dip, and then they don't actually put it to the lit market until a later period of time, which is why people talk about putting orders straight to the lit market as being so important, because it's you putting pressure on the market to buy at that point in time, and not necessarily your broker making money off of you between the price, you buying in right here versus them buying the share for you at a lower price. Yes, Anthony, you are correct. You are totally correct. A very heavy narrative is being set up, is in the process of being set up to try to make it look like they have covered their position. And you're 100% accurate on what you said there with Ortex data being used against us. It's not currently being used against us because I haven't seen the articles coming out yet, but I can almost guarantee you that we're going to see them. The articles will come in and say, like, why is AMC's short interest so low? Or why is AMC's short interest and utilization so low? And share amount is so low. They must not, the hedge funds must have covered. I can guarantee you those articles are coming. They're coming as soon as price rises up a little bit. The fear, they'll drop the price. They'll do a synthetic price failure of 20%, right? And then they'll start pushing articles saying, oh look, we've covered. You know, look at the short interest. It's gone down. Look at the shares on loan. They're going to start pushing a lot of that kind of FUD out there. Oh, throat gurgle. I feel so bad for you guys. I hate it when that happens. I hate the throat gurgles. I'm really an alien. Your oxygen levels are too high. Yeah, it is. It is. I'm starting to see the information starting to pour in a little bit here and there, Nikki, and I've been trying to push the narrative. I'm trying to push the anti-narrative to the narrative that's going to be pushed on us that we've covered. I'm trying to show everybody, you know, like, hey, look, no, this data started last week. The attempt to try and make it look like they've covered their positions and have gone long against AMC is going to be what's being pushed. Let's see what the news is here on AMC. Whale trade spotted. Someone with a lot of money to spend has taken a bearish stance on AMC Entertainment, and retail traders should know. We noted this today when the big position showed up on publicly. Okay, so this might have been what somebody was talking about, and I didn't get to it, and I need to. Hold on a second here. We were going to take a look, and I forgot about it. Let me go back to the comment. Did you see that? That's a drop in the bucket, Monty. I just saw that T plus 35 for failure to delivers for tomorrow. We need to see like 3, 4, 5 million of those. 5 million would be 5 million or higher would be best. Where was the comment? I'm looking for the comment about a short position. It's very possible. It's very possible, Anthony. I would like to think that that's not the case, because that would be highly illegal for them to do something like that. But you might be correct. It would be speculative for me to say. Because if that's true, it would have been completely illegal. Let me go. I'm trying to find somebody. Somebody put a comment in here, and I'm going back to it. I'm looking for it. We're gonna touch on it. I know I saw it. Where did it go? Was it really that far back? Wow, I feel like I've missed like a lot of stuff that you guys have written in here. I can't find it, guys. Somebody help me out. Somebody asked about a short position, and I can't find the comment. Oh, here it is. Brett, what's your opinion of the 37 million put contract? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. First off, you have to realize that a $37 million put contract may not be as many shares as you would think. But let's pull up Fintel and take a look at it. might as well use the data if we've got it. I'm going to put it up here for a second, and so get rid of that stuff. Let's go to owners. Let's go to short interest owners. This should be sorted by date. And you said 32 million, right? Or what did you say? You said 37 million put contract. This is interesting. So I told you guys that they stopped reporting. I got a message from Fintel saying that they had stopped reporting the average share price on puts because it was causing confusion. And now all of a sudden there's some that are back. What? WTF? How did they take these all out and now all of a sudden they're reporting them again? I don't like that. All right, well, the most recent put position is right here. Let's take a look at it and see how much it was. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to see the average price because they've taken that away. It does look like this was close. No, it wasn't close. It's open right here. I think they struck out this. So let's see here. This can't be it. Maybe it's this one. Jane Street Group. That was a reduction. So it's not that one. This seems like it's a $71 million change. Or the value, the new value. So, but that's much higher than the 37 that you had said. And this is actually reporting from 11/15, which was quite a while ago. So if this is indeed reporting most current data at the very top here, then it would have been one of the top two that are up here. And I don't see anything that reports a 37. Something you're wherever you're getting your data from, it looks like it might be old data, or whoever's reporting it. The closest one that I see to that number is this 34,680. No, that's shares change value. Here it is. So I'm looking for 37,000. I'm not seeing it, and I'm scrolling pretty far back here, so I'm not seeing what it is. If you know what company it was, then we could probably look it up a little bit easier. But I'm just not seeing that number. Yeah, it is self-reported data. Let's take a look at Tesla. Looks like they're going to start delivering cars to China here soon. Amazon. Guggenheim sees 20% upside in Amazon initiates buy rating. Man, the market is it looks like the market's on fire. Let's look at it. It's not on fire yet, but we got a lot of red. A lot of red on our page. The only thing up right now is Doge. This looks a little bit like it's a bearish wedge. Sorry, triangle. Did I spell rises correctly? I feel like I spelled that wrong. I'm the world's worst speller. I'm so glad I live in the computer age. If it wasn't for computers, y'all think I was like a Neanderthal. Oh, GME's got some news here. GameStop remains top Wall Street bets interest. Yeah, I tell you what, Brett. Me too. Me too. I mean, I don't have it. I think about it from time to time. I do think about that picture. I don't know. I hope not, Anthony. I hope not as far as it being distractions. I gotta show you guys a picture. How do I, come on. So, um, this is a picture that Duncan just sent to me, and his wife had picked up a an outfit for one of his kids, and she had no idea about the whole rocket to the moon stuff. But that's pretty cool. Getting your kids ready for launch. That's pretty awesome. Out of curiosity, what's the Duncan? Do you guys does Denmark have a space program? And if they do, I would imagine they have to. If they have a space program, what's it called? What is the space program for Denmark called? That is such a cute outfit for a kid. Back to what Anthony was saying though, live streams are talking about other stocks all day. Everyone thinks that they're trading gurus now and that the distractions are delaying the movement. Um, I hope not, man. I hope not. Um, one of the common themes that I've heard from a lot of people is that well, I'm taking that money and I'm throwing it in AMC, and I'm not trying to question that conviction. Um, but what I would question is as long as you're not pulling out of AMC to make these trades elsewhere, um, then that's cool. But of course, everybody's entitled to do with their money what they want to. I can't sit here and tell you you can't do that or you shouldn't do that. You got to do what thinks best for you. But it's definitely going to hurt if you sell AMC to go make trades elsewhere. And I tend to think that some people are more successful than others on some of these swing plays. No space per. I see. I would have assumed that you guys had like at least a satellite pro. I'll bet what happens is you guys probably outsource your satellite. You probably outsource your satellite technology to other countries to launch it, like NASA or something like that. I would imagine that Denmark probably has at least one satellite somewhere out there, or two, maybe even more. Well, I'm not like that, Anthony. I'm not like that. I I cover one play and that's it. This is the play. And I'm not saying that there isn't other plays out there, but I think that this is the most important play for change. I want to see change in our market. I want to see the market be a fair place for our future generations. I want to see it to be less corrupt so that we don't run into problems where, something could go wrong and the market crashes and people just lose their retirement money. Because some greedy people out there decided that they were going to create a situation like they had back in 2008. Um, and then somebody else decides, no, no, we're going to crash the market. Can't go there, Brett. We can't go there, man. Oh, see, there's where I would disagree with you, Brett. And I would disagree with you on that because I would say, look what happened in January. It did happen. It did happen. It may not have happened to completion, but it did happen. And there's other events as well that have happened in the past that would point to this being able to happen again. So I think we have the ability to um, force change. Whether or not this thing turns into exactly what we want, where we make $1 million a share, um, you know, we'll see what happens when we get down that road. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. But this is we have a really good opportunity to try and make a change here. Now, if this doesn't help, and we have made tons of changes. There's been a lot of rules and regulations that have been put into place since we've been in this for the last 11 months, 8 or 10 months. And those changes are good changes. They're not exactly what we're looking for yet, but I think that they're good changes and they're a start. And I don't think that we have to. I don't think we have to go down that road just yet. I see. Here's the problem. Here's the problem, Brett. I think the SEC is doing something. They're trying really, really hard to keep our market from crashing because they don't want to be the ones who are working at the time when this thing goes completely berserk. The Biden administration doesn't want to be responsible for a market crash. SEC, any of the people who are working in the SEC don't want to be a part of that, and so they're working, I think, very diligently to try to mitigate the amount of risk to the market from a squeeze. So, and you have to respect that. You have to respect the fact that they want to try to keep the markets stable. Um, it's their job. Above all else, it's their job to make sure that the market's stable, regardless of how much corruption there is going on in the markets. So, you have federal judges presiding over cases involving securities they are invested in. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I saw that. It is pretty bad, and we got to point that stuff out. We got to point it out. And we got to, we have to make sure that people see what's going on. All right, all right, all right. Chill out, everybody. uh, let's try this first, Brett. Let's try this first and see where we get with this. Let's try this first and see if we are able to get somewhere with this. Then we'll talk about other stuff later. I'm not calling you a snowflake. I don't think you're a snowflake. But let's talk about other actions after this doesn't work. Let's trust in the simplicity of this buy and hold play and see what happens. And if it doesn't work out for us, then we go someplace else with this, right? I'm not saying necessarily violence, but I'm saying like let's run our due course here. Yeah, I agree with Eric. This is our step one. Actually, this is our step two. Uh, Believe it or not, this is our step two. Step one happened back in January, and they took the buy button away. This is step two. Step two is a much bigger play, I think, in my opinion. Taking the buy button away this time. I don't even know if taking the buy button away is going to work this time. It's and hence the reason for all the rules and regulation changes. We're going to see some crazy stuff happen. They may shut down the market. They may shut down the market for like days on end to try and resolve everything. While the market's not running. And the crazy thing about step two is that when this pops, and I was talking to well, I'm just gonna say I was talking to Monty last night, and when this thing pops, this isn't just gonna be AMC. It's gonna be Bed Bath and Beyond, GME, name them all. Name every single one of the meme stocks that are being shorted into oblivion, and they're all gonna pop because once those margins calls start happening, they won't be able to stop. Like it's going to be this like big. I mean, when we talk about snowflakes, this is going to be the biggest gigantic snowball effect you've ever seen in your life. That's what happens when you put a bunch of snowflakes together. You get a avalanche. That's what you get. So this is going to be an avalanche, and we'll see if these snowflakes work. And if they don't work, then we'll start looking at other options. We'll see what else we have to do. Yeah, Bill's right. We are going to see. All I can think of is when I was a kid, my parents had this possum. They had this possum living in a woodpile in the back and had babies. And so they called the animal shelter out to come and get the possum because the possum was acting like really like it was rabid or something, right? And that was my first opportunity to ever see a wild animal that was willing to die, protecting itself and its nest egg. And that's what I think of when I see the hedge funds doing what they've done so far and just constantly. I see this wild animal that's like drooling and hissing and spitting and gnarly teeth and just, oh yeah, I was pooping. The thing was just pooping everywhere, just like, I mean, just throwing everything it possibly had. That's what's going to happen to us. When this thing really starts to squeeze, you're going to see a wild beast unleash and just do everything it possibly can to fight for its nest egg. And it's gonna be the craziest sight you've ever seen, and there'll just be nothing like it. Man, Brett, Casey sounds like you defending your baklava. You have no idea. You have no idea. Bad back. You're gonna taste my baklava one of these days, sir. Sir, I'm gonna make you taste my baklava. I will change you. I will change you. You will never be the same. Never. Eat my baklava. Okay, so looks like indeed we did break out of this bearish triangle. Almost the midway point in my box here. Box probably a little bit bigger than I should have made it, but it definitely leaves out the tip. All right, I don't have any Fibonacci retracements for the $40 to $41 range. May need to pick up something there. Before we start freaking out, guys, look at everything else. Tesla down two and a half. Hood down three and a half. Amazon down a half. Cinemark down 2. Dogecoin's actually ripping at 5.6. GME down 5. We're only down 1.43%, so don't get upset yet. This is not the time to get upset. They serve baklava in either squares or triangles. Usually you cut the square into 2 triangles. So I'm only going to let you have the tip of a triangle. Just the tip. And that's it. And you will die. You will die. And you'll be begging for more. Man, I so want to do the technical analysis right now just because I am dying to see how the rest of the market is handling this right now. I'm just going to look. I have to look. It's just getting started. Where are we going here? I'll check it out after we do the technical analysis. Looks like we might be on a descending parallel channel. Looks like. I'll probably come back and look at this again after I get done with the technical analysis and see how it holds up. I mean, we just hit the bottom right here, and so I'm not really comfortable with this. My touch points are at the top here. I got 3 touch points at the top. I got 2 touch points at the bottom, but the most current touch point at the bottom is really close to where we're at in price action, so I'm not necessarily sure this is the end of that downwards movement. One little doji candle in there is not enough for me to really feel comfortable with this call yet. So we'll revisit it here after the TA. What was my price prediction? 39.5 to 42.5. Make sure I have our okay. I just want to make sure that I had my 19.5 and 21.5% numbers down here for the sympathetic price failures, but I'm also going to look and make sure that those are accurate based off of the last previous high of 44.43. Um, 35.76. Yeah, okay, that's correct. Okay, so synthetic price failure, 19.5% would be 35.76. I'm not expecting that. I'm really not expecting that as of right now. I would have to see this thing really start dropping pretty hard to get there, and I'm not really seeing that. We've seen them borrow this morning quite a few shares. The total amount when I last checked it was 6.2 million. To put it into perspective, I think a normal average borrowing day is around 4.5 million. Friday was 2.95. Yesterday was 2.9, and today all of a sudden 6.2. I told you guys, I said they're either preparing for this thing to spike up in price and they're going to try and control the price as it goes up, or they're going to try and drop the price down here quite a bit. But a synthetic price failure is quite a ways down. 35.80 or 35.76 would be quite a bit. I'm not saying it can't happen, but it could be incoming. It's always on the table. You always have to be ready for those. Yeah, see, this isn't going to hold up. This descending parallel channel doesn't appear to be holding. But it is time to do technical analysis, so I'm just going to delete it for now. We'll come back and take a look at it after we're done here. Let's move on. Uh-oh. I'm being tracked. Avast just detected a tracker. Okay, I'm going to run this. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm blocking. If my stream gets shut down, I apologize. Okay, it looks like nothing happened. All right, so moving on here. Let me come back to that. I can actually, I'm reading what you're saying just before I switch the page here. Kate, I have such a hard time with that. I'm just going to call you Hokage. It's so much easier. I have not seen that, and I'd have to check it out and look at it to see if that's something that I agree with, but it doesn't matter if I agree or not. You know, we're all just buying and holding. So let me go ahead and start up the analysis of the technicals, and we'll see what's going on here. Off exchange. 57.77 is where we were at earlier. It is at 58.92. That's almost exactly where I would expect to see this at this time of the day. So it's kind of slowed down on how much they're putting into the off exchange right now. Taking a look at Ortex with an update on that one, we currently are showing, come on, 302.9 thousand shares having been returned. That is up from 90.4 thousand shares returned, which is going to drop our estimated current short share interest of the free float to 15.34%. And taking a look at the options, refreshing those. Highest level of volume. Ooh. It's really, really close for the calls. At a $50 strike price, there's 8.5 thousand contracts. Earlier it was 6. So it has gone up, but really close runner-up at $42 strike price is 8.2 thousand contracts. And in third place is a $45 strike price with 7.2 thousand contracts. So there's some lower positions that are being opened at more reasonable rates, higher rates, even though the price is moving down. So we might see 50 drop out of the running here for the week. On the put side of things, $40 was the highest level of contracts an hour ago. It has moved down to 38, widening the spread between the highest call and put volume. It was 1.1 at 40 an hour ago. It is now 4,000 contracts, so we have a 2-to-1 ratio. It was 6-to-1 earlier, so it's definitely dropped down. Throat gurgle. I'm just kind of looking at the data right now. It's interesting to see what's happening. Trying to make some sense of it. What doing? Orders by Fidelity customers. GME's volume is it's really good. It's picking up, and their buy order ratio is better. It's 53% buys to 47% sales. They are in 12th position. AMC slipping all the way down to 24th. I think we were 18th earlier. Slipping down to 24th, or maybe it was 22nd. I can't remember. Slipping down, but our buy to sell ratio is the same exact thing. 53% buys to 47% sales. Looking much, much better on that data. Shares borrowed in the last hour. About 100,000 shares. So they're now up to 6.3 million shares borrowed for the day today. 10.2 thousand contracts in the money on the calls. 56.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. This number is super, super high again. I hate seeing this so high. Really hate seeing it that far out of the money. The NASDAQ, oh, excuse me. The NASDAQ is down 1.36. The Dow Jones is down 0.14. And the S&P 500 is down 0.52. We currently have 4,569 decliners to 2,743 advancers. Tesla is down 2.86. Robinhood is down 4.3. Amazon is down 0.97. Cinemark is down 2.5. Doge is up 4.83. GME is down 5.54. And AMC is down 1.8. Our inflow versus outflow is currently more inflow than outflow by a 2-point spread. We have currently traded just about 8 million shares in 97 minutes, giving us a grand total of 32.1 million shares trading pace for the day today. That's really close to getting into my territory, man. That's early on. We may be setting a new record low today. Unless, man, excuse me, hiccups. Unless volume really picks up midday, it could happen. Look at this mess of lines. On the daily interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. RSI at 51.08. On a 1 hour interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.65. On a 30-minute interval, more selling, equal selling and buying pressure. RSI already low at 38.82 is definitely below average. We have not officially broken out of this 13 days. Is it 13 days? Let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 days. Looks like we're going to break outside the bottom side of this thing. If we do in the next 30 minutes, it would be below 40.85. The price would need to remain below 40.85, which would be, that would actually be in the next 22 minutes. We'd have to see that happen, I think. But price is starting to shoot back up, so that may not happen. It may be a false breakout. On a 5-minute interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI that's already dipped down below 30 and is currently heading back up at 38. And here's our price run up right now. That's a pretty hard return. So where are we going? I still don't know I can draw anything. Let's run with this. Pretty big descending parallel channel. A lot of people, myself included, really felt that today would be, or not today, but this week would be the big move. I think Wednesday is kind of what a lot of people had kind of been predicting. But what I do want to note to you guys is that on the day calendar, when I had actually drawn my box for the breakout, I drew it between the 10th and the 30th months ago. I don't know exactly when it was that I drew this out, but I had a box in here and we finally came inside the box. The 10th to the 30th, I guess the 20th would be the middle date, so we're on the back half side of that box, which you can't see the box because I actually got rid of it, because if I keep the box there, everything shows up in blue on the screen. It looks just absolutely horrific. But I wrote down the dates. The final day of my box would have been the 30th, so that actually gives us 2 trading days next week to break outside of the wedge. However, the wedge doesn't actually end until the 9th of December. So we could see a potential. I mean, there could potentially be a breakout later than the 30th, but I'm expecting to see something before then. So it may not be this week. On the 30-minute interval here, it looks like we're trying really hard to stay inside the wedge. It's going to be pretty crazy if we do. Oh yeah, and I wasn't trying to be offensive, Jana. I just it's some names are really difficult for me, and I don't want to mean to be offensive, so it's easier to just say what I can say. Hokage, I think that's probably correct. I'll try to remember Jana. Please don't be offended if I don't remember. My brain is like a it's like it's like a hard drive, and I really have to work to get it written on the hard drive because the hard drive is full. I'm 45 years old. This is a this is a hard drive that's full over here. So I have to empty out data in order for me to put new data in. And you know, once that RAM shuts off at the end of the night, every night everything's gone. It's like when Brett was talking before. I completely forgot Brett had been here. We've been talking to Brett for a while, and I forgot Brett had been here before. So I apologize. But Hokage, Hokage or Jana? Michael's coming in asking, where's the bottom of AMC? Where is the bottom of AMC? I really feel like 40 is a strong, strong holding point. I in the past I've always said 40 to 45 is been kind of a gray zone for us. We've filled the gap from 40 to 45 really nicely over the last, I don't know, how long has it been? Like all this data right here. I'm gonna box it. All that data right there is all gap fill. And we've actually set up a really strong point of support at $40. You can see a couple times where it touches down on it and has resistance there, there. It broke a little bit past it here, but not too much. This looks like we couldn't even get down to 40 here. I do feel like $40 is kind of a resistance point. It's a line of support now, whereas in the past it used to be a level of resistance. So I would hope to see this thing turn around before it gets down to 40. But I always maintain that synthetic price failures are always an option. It's always something that could happen. And so keeping that in mind, you'd be looking with a synthetic price failure. You'd be looking at 35.76 would be a turnaround point, or 34.89 would be a turnaround point. So 35.76 is 19.5% from our previous high of 44.43, and the 34.89 is a 21.5% drop from the 44.43. So those would be turnaround points that you would see. We may not get there. We may actually hit 40 and turn around before then. We are in a descending parallel channel. This should break out going up. If it doesn't, then there's an underlying or overlying picture, a much bigger picture that I'm not seeing. Let me actually zoom back out here and look at it again real quick. I'm deleting this because it's starting to get noisy. I mean, we have a 12-day pattern that we're about to break out of here. If we break out on the bottom side of this, which is a possibility, that descending parallel channel won't be a thing. The breakout of this 12-day wedge would override that descending parallel channel and possibly break out down much harder. And that we'll probably know that here in about 15 minutes. We have to get above 40.80. I think it was 40.87 before then. Not a problem. Not a problem, Jana. Where is my Stonko tracker? There it is. We got 40 votes already again today. Thank you guys for revoting today. I appreciate that, and I apologize again. I screwed up yesterday. For those of you who weren't listening earlier, when I ended the show yesterday, I didn't hit end poll first, and so the data. Remind me, guys. Like, if it's getting close to the end of the day and I haven't hit end poll on Mondays for because I want to do these. I want to do the price prediction for the whole group. I want everybody to put in their thoughts on what they think the price prediction will be by the end of the week. I think it's interesting data. We had significant amounts of people who were guesstimating yesterday, and I didn't hit end poll, so we just didn't get the data. So it's fun to go over. It's just kind of fun. It keeps us sharp. I think that if we all collectively start looking at this together, um, it might show us some interesting information. There might be a little bit of an echo chamber going on, and so we need to kind of take more care in making sure that we have a more realistic outlook for what the price is going to be at the end of the week. If I could have voted last week, I would have said over $54 last week. I would have been dead wrong. Completely dead wrong. What did we finish? Just over 40 bucks? 40, 80 something? Dead wrong. So I think it might be important for us to start taking a more realistic look of what's going on with our price action and movement. And I know that hopium is super powerful. Hopium is always powerful, but we really need to take a look and see what is the hedge fund's main purpose. Their main purpose is to try to get us off of our it's to try to discourage us from holding our shares. And I think if we take that and put it into perspective, we can maybe have a more healthy price prediction every single week. And I think that's important. I think having healthy price predictions, if you're going to have a price prediction, is probably better than having unhealthy ones, because then that leads to expectations, and those expectations, when they fail, hurt us psychologically. So it's better to have a more realistic outlook than a positive outlook. Although it doesn't hurt me, it does hurt some people. There are people who are affected by not seeing the price movement upwards. But I would turn it around and say, look at the monthly data. How does the monthly data track? Look at the 3-month data. Look at the 6-month data. Look at the yearly data. See how all those numbers track, and then you know there's a good reason to be positive. Look at the past. Don't look to the future. The past has told us everything that we need to know going forward. Somebody please remind me to end that poll though before I end the show. I don't want to do that 2 days in a row. And I know how I am. I will forget. I'm relying on you guys to help me. If it doesn't work out, it's Bad Back's fault. I'm just gonna blame it on Bad Back. It's your fault, Bad Back. I'm kidding. It's not your fault. Maybe it is. I don't know. All right, guys. I'm gonna head to break. Somebody said that music, and I'm gonna take it that they meant that it was bad music, like they didn't like it, like it was not good. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to find something different. Yeah, this will do. All right, I'll give you guys a little bit of music here, and I'll see you guys back here at 11 o'clock. And I might take an extended break again today. You know, my son's still here. I have him until he goes back to school, I think. So I might take a little bit of extra time off today, in the middle of the day. We'll see. I don't want him to feel like his vacation time and time that he would get to spend with me is wasted. I was just throwing it out at you, man. I was just throwing it out at you. It was totally fun. Just poking fun. Oh, I'm glad you got a redo as well, active. Although I really feel bad that I didn't get it right the first time. All right, guys. See you back here. Well, maybe I see you, maybe I don't. I'll be back here at 11. See you guys in a bit. Alrighty. Well, we had a breakout going down further than this descending parallel channel would have us see. Would have us believe we should be going, rather. Interesting data. That means there's got to be a bigger picture here. Let's see if we can figure out what it is. We've broken out of the 30-minute interval wedge that's on day 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Which, as I was saying before I left, if we broke out of this, it would probably nullify this descending parallel channel and put us on a much steeper decrease in pricing. Again, 35.76 is a possibility. 39.33 looks to be a Fibonacci retracement for a line of support. I'm reading what you guys are saying here. So let's see here. 39.43. Who said 10%? It was probably 10% when they were looking at it. We're at 11.3% down from the 44.43. So we're halfway to, a little more than halfway to a synthetic price failure. Let's pull up the technical analysis and we'll come back and we'll revisit this. But 39.43 is not quite enough to get us to that failing point, that synthetic price failure. They hit hard. They hit hard fast. Let's take a look at everything here. See what we got going on. Updating the off exchange, 58.92% traded into the off exchange today is down to 57.62. Updating Ortex. Ortex showing a return of 331.2 thousand shares. That is down from 302.9. I guess I should say, I'm not sure if I should say up or down. I mean, it's further down into the fact that they are returning shares, so, but the number's higher. I'm not sure how to say that. The number's higher. There are more shares being returned now than in the last hour by about 30,000, roughly 30,000 shares. That's going to decrease the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 15.34. Refreshing the options. Okay, the $50 strike price has drastically moved down. Drastically moved down. $50 strike price is no longer the clear winner on the most amount of volume for the day today on options. It has moved down to $42. From 50 to 42, that's a big jump. It went from 8,500 contracts at 50 up to 11.2 thousand contracts at 42. On the put side of things, the heaviest amount of puts are a $38 strike price still. It was 4,000 contracts an hour ago. It is now 4.7. So much closer spread between the calls and the puts. It looks like the put side is obviously winning. I mean, it doesn't take much to figure that out with a 10% drop in price or 11% drop in price from that previous high. Not today, but a previous high, 44.43. It's signaling towards $40 as being the closing price for the end of the week, with max pain at 41. GME in 12th position with a 56% buy to 44% sell ratio, which is getting much stronger. AMC was 24th and still in 24th with a 59% buy to 41% sell. Looking really, really strong. This data will come through by, let's see, today is Tuesday, Thursday. So we should see some of these buy orders coming through by Thursday. So that's good. That's very, very good. Tomorrow's going to be a down day again tomorrow. Remember I told you guys about how if we watch these buy versus sell options, or not buy versus sell options, the buy versus sell ratios on Fidelity kind of gives you an idea of what's happening. You know, the more selling pressure that happens, the likely in 2 days from that period of time will be is that you'll see a downwards momentum in price action. So we've seen a little bit of a sell-off for the last 2 days. So today's one of the two. Tomorrow will be the next day of two, so we'll probably see a little bit of more down action. But today we're seeing buying going on, so that will transfer into upwards momentum on Thursday. Shares available to borrow. No new shares borrowed in the last hour. 5.3 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 47.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. I don't know, man. I'm really starting to lean back towards that whole stop being a player. I mean, we're losing these options. These options are not working out for us in our favor. I think we're bleeding money pretty heavily into the pocketbooks of the hedge funds. And I do know that options tend to play towards helping us move towards the gamma squeeze, but in this particular instance right now, we're losing. And we're losing pretty heavily. I think we're trying to be the player, not the house. And that's the problem. We're investing our money incorrectly. It's always been about buying shares and holding. That's how you win this. Let's see here. NASDAQ is down. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot to refresh. The NASDAQ is down 1.18. The Dow Jones is down 0.06, and the S&P 500 is down 0.4. We have 4,424 decliners to 2,898 advancers. Tesla is down 2.83%. Robinhood is down 2.59%. Amazon is down 0.78. Everybody's taking hits. Cinemark is down 2.83. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. GameStop is down almost 9%, and AMC is down 3.88%. Our inflow versus outflow, currently a 9-point spread, more outflow than inflow, with 12 million shares having been traded for the day today. We are on pace for 28.4 million shares traded for the day today. Seems like volume may have picked up a little bit, and you can see that in the charts in here. There's been a couple of spikes up in volume in here. As they do push the price down here, volume is ticking up. What is going on here? There we go. Price is kind of, volume is kind of ticking up a little bit as they're pushing the price down. I'll tell you what though. Usually it's really, really easy to identify the difference between retail selling and just like attacks at the price. There might be a few apes selling in here and maybe a few in here. But for the most part though, it looks to me like we're holding pretty well. So this is not looking that bad. I'm liking what I'm seeing in the charts. On the daily interval, we have, I think, something I haven't really looked at yet. What would be the breakout on the bottom side of the daily here? A breakout on the bottom side of the daily would be at like 38.41. 38.48 would be a breakout on the bottom side for tomorrow. We might see a little breakout down like this again, like a fake breakout going down before going up. It's possible. More selling pressure than buying pressure. Just crossed over in the last hour, or sorry, today I mean. Then we have RSI at 48.68, so it could go either direction, but more selling pressure than buying. On a 1 hour interval, we have definitely more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.18. On a 30-minute interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI dipping outside of the lower limit being oversold multiple times, and currently outside of it right now at 29.42. So I still feel like we're on a descending parallel channel here, just not nearly as big as the one before. But we've definitely broken out of this 30-minute wedge over the last 12 days. Oh, you're talking about GME being down. Yeah, okay. I was just saying that AMC has been, since our 44.43 price point that we hit our last big push up, we're down to the 39.43 is 11.3% down. Dr. Drake, good to see you back. Good to see you back. Yeah, I read his predictions last night and I was like, ooh. I don't know if you I think I commented on one of, I don't know if it was one of his predictions or not, but I think I commented on one of his predictions and I had kind of said like actually I'll read it. What did I say? Let me see if I can find it here. I'm really not good with Twitter, so let me go see posts. Oh, tweets and replies maybe? Yeah, here we go. Okay, he had made a comment about another confirmation about AMC thesis of data discrepancy about 20 million shares are out of equation while available shares are short or too short are at 8 months high. Have you ever wondered why, despite a historical number of shares available to short, no one wants to short AMC? Too risky. And I said, I wouldn't look at it in terms of risk. Hedge funds just jump their in the money puts before the price launches, hence the low utilization. When the price does spike, guess who's going to need a shit ton of available shares to short with to manage price discovery? So here's the thing, right? Hedge funds just dumped off a bunch of their puts, but price is going down now. Why would price go down if they knew they were going to be doing this to price? Why would they dump a bunch of puts beforehand? This, in my opinion, this is probably an attempt to try and grab some of the money on the out of the money uh, call options that are out there, and so this is maybe like a temporary drop in price to try and collect some of that money, that loose cash. But then I also wrote, this also sets up the ability to sell the narrative that they have covered their positions by showing low utilization and short interest. The key number to watch right now is the average age of the loans per day. That's going to start dipping massively once they begin to loan a bunch of shares. So yeah, I mean, I think we should still continue to think that there's going to be a price increase coming in the near future here. But this may be an attempt to try and really get a lot of out of the money calls to sell their positions. Can you imagine if you had a $50 call option right now? Probably dumping at some point. At some point you probably started dumping those. I would imagine that our open interest tomorrow will have dropped when we go to look at it. This is the reason we haven't squeezed yet. People can't read that. 72% dark pool volume. So where's Gary Kinsler? Put a trampoline, a magnet, or something. Oh, and Gary. Yeah. Too bad I didn't just do that a minute ago when you suggested it, because that would have been perfect timing. It is breaking out of this descending parallel channel. Bandar says, all in accordance with the TA, nothing unpredictable. Meanwhile, we prepare the big gun for a deafening salvo. JP, put your headphones on so you don't go deaf. I mean, seriously, like think about that for a second. Like if we've been watching them unloading their put positions over the last week, collecting on some of those put positions, they wouldn't have done that if they knew this. If they knew that they were going to be attacking this price down, I think they see an opportunity to try and shed some shares. Meanwhile, also collecting some out of the money call positions who are probably panicking as they watch this drop. Chico says nothing new under the sun. It's always been the same thing, guys. It's always been the same thing. If we want this play to work, it's buy and hold. That's it. That's how this play works. We have been trading in the stock market for years and years and years and years and getting our asses handed to us left and right. And finally somebody came along and said, "Hey, what if we buy shares and we hold them irregardless of how low the price goes?" And for the very first time ever, we found a weakness in the hedge fund's algorithms in shorting a stock down. It's the simplicity that makes it work. It's a small little tiny W. It's a small little tiny W. If that's a breakout of this descending parallel channel, that is a weak, weak breakout. That almost looks like a bull trap. I'm looking for news right now. Yeah, that 6.2 million shares that they borrowed this morning should have been a very clear sign. If we weren't going to continue to rocket up in price, then they were going to probably use those in some fashion or another. So it kind of makes sense. This stupid beard is riding up into my nose. Time for another trim. Oh no. You got blocked. He blocked you, huh? Wow. That's pretty crazy. We need the trampoline. All right, all right, all right. Trampoline time it is. Let's see, where am I going to put it at? We got 2 votes for trampoline in here, so trampoline it is. And I feel like it's been an eon since I drew one of these. Put it right there. You know, they'll avoid the trampoline like the plague. And I guess we need a little bit of good old Gazer Beam Gary in here. Why not? Bandara says, look at the September 30. It will be a similar picture if we fall now to the 37 area. So if I pull up, and that's the day where we actually had volume really super high, if I remember correctly, September 30th. Get the heck out of here. Let's see, September 30th. Right here. So if I were to copy this and take it over just to kind of see how it looks in contrast. I am on a 15-minute interval. Hmm. Let me delete that. I'm trying to see where, because we have our devil horns, we have our head and shoulders, but this is the crappiest looking head and shoulders I've ever seen. Like this literally should be this should be higher than this. But I mean, it's that same kind of repeating pattern though. So if we were to take that and use that as that identification point, we could do something like this. I don't know, I guess we'll just go to there. I would have to shrink this down. I'd have to shrink it down to, because I mean copying that point in time, that drop, that drop before we get into the 30th price upwards movement there, you'd have to shrink this up in order to get it to kind of match up. Maybe something like I don't know. That would have us dropping pretty far though. But I mean, if you're just simply saying that this is the downward slope leading into this price movement back up here, where we had that was the day where we had a lot of unexpected volume at the very end of the day right here. Let's see if I take my stuff away here. Are you kidding me? So this is that September 30th and then the late afternoon volume with the spike run up. And I'm trying to think in my head here. Good luck, Dr. Ramori. That's have fun with those lights. I'm trying to remember why I chose a little bit lower of a price prediction for the day today. Oh yeah, I know why. Fidelity. The volume before. So leading up to the 30th, the volume on the previous days. Oh, you said September. Am I looking at September? I am looking at September. Okay. September 30th, leading up to the days before was like 32, 31, 39, 43, and then a big jump up. So, I mean, there was a little bit of an incline. We did have, we just had, what was it? We just had 20, 28. So we definitely had an increase in volume. If that were the case, then it would, I would expect to see us maybe drive up to, if we had like a late day run of volume, it could potentially get to like maybe like 70 or 80 million, possibly. The percentage of a drop. I don't have percentages drops. I mean, I could pull them. I could pull them pretty quickly. But leading into the 30th, when we drove up to that 44 price point, the drop was about a 36% drop in price from 52.79 down to 33.74, and it was like a very long period of time where we had just massive amounts of downwards momentum. I think that might have actually been our second biggest drop that we've had so far since I've been tracking this since May 13th of May. I think it's interesting that Doge is up like 4% and it's still only at 22 cents. It must have really gone down last night. I actually didn't check that. How far down did it go? Oh, it dipped. It dipped all the way down to 21 cents. Hmm. I'm gonna zoom out to the 5 minute interval. I just want to see. Okay, so this could look like on a 5 minute interval. This could look like an inverted flag pennant, rather. Kinda. 10:10 to 12:05. So like 2 hours. 12:05 to 2:05. Maybe that's where I should draw my trampoline at. My 50 MA is the blue, and the 200 MA is red. Yeah, I mean it's right there. It's right at the. You can't see it because everything else is covering it. But yeah, it's like right there basically at the price. No, actually it shows it up. Wait, it shows it up here in the top left, 39.75. Yeah, 39.46. If the 200 meets up with the 50, I wonder where that would. Hmm. I wonder if it's possible. I wonder if it's possible if the 200 MA is moving up pretty rapidly. I'm wondering if it's possible that we break outside this 5-month wedge going down, and then maybe following the trajectory of where the 50 MA is moving towards, and then having like a convergence of those two numbers somewhere around like early January. And if that's the case, uh, basically GME all over again. I'll change my 200 to 100. Yeah, those are the numbers I have. I have the MA50 and the MA100 in here. Those, if you look at the top, well, they might be. You can't probably. I don't know if you can read them or not, but they're in the top left-hand corner. It says 39.46 and 39.61. I don't know. That didn't happen last time though. I mean, if you look at the last time the 50 MA converged with the 100, was well before June. Actually, the 50 MA was above well above the 100 MA back in June when we had the June run up. And it didn't actually cross back over until 9/29. I wouldn't place a whole lot of value into the as an indicator for buying signals because, I mean, it was very obviously above it back here in June or May, and never crossed over. Welcome to the channel, Natalie. Man, the post, like I opened up Reddit and the posts are just so polarizing. And then we've got Mark Cahodes doing an interview with Gasparino today. Who Gasparino is supporting Mark. Here you go, guys. This is from me. That's gonna be me in like, I don't know. Oops, you can't read it all. There you go. That's gonna be me in like 2 or 3 months. That was posted by Ked KEHD on Reddit. Yeah, I mean, see, here's the thing, guys. We've placed a lot of hopium in a lot of different things because we've been wanting stuff to happen, and it's always just been about buy and hold, and that's it. You know, stop with all the other stuff. Everything else is noise. DRSing your shares, um, NFTs, all that stuff. It's all noise. The only thing that we know concretely is that the kryptonite for hedge funds is buy and hold, and that's it. Nothing about playing the options. Buy and hold. It's always been simple. Let's see if this 39.33 level of support holds here. Well, on the positive side, JP, if we get down about $4 more, you'll have 53. It's just backwards. 35. Yeah, Andrew, that's it, man. It's the easiest job. We buy and hold. We stop stressing about all the little things that don't matter. You guys get to hear the kids in the background. If we're quiet, we can hear the animals as they graze across the fields of the kitchen. Now they're being quiet. Don't move too fast, they'll hear you. Maybe it's music time again. Oh, should I go grab my guitar? Go gadget trampoline. Volume. Like I was saying earlier today, guys, it's very, very possible that we run into some of the lowest volume that we've had all year. If that were to be the case, we would have to break underneath 20.6 million shares. We set that record 3 days ago. Friday. Last Friday. It will be super, super easy if we go below 20 million. This is the crazy part to me. How is AMC in the top 30 list with this low volume? How are we in the top 30 list of all the stocks being traded by Fidelity? How do we still get on that list? We were 24th last time I checked. It is time for technical analysis, so let me run it real quick here. We'll run it and see what happens. That's crazy to me. That's absolutely crazy. All right, taking you guys over to the other page. Let's see what we got going on here. Updating the off exchange. 57.62 down to 57.25, so a little bit less into the off exchange. So they've done a good job at suppressing volume. Everybody's afraid to buy right now. They don't know where the low is going to be. How low can it go? Updating the Ortex, it's saying that there's a total of 475.3 thousand shares having been returned. That is up from 331.2 in the last hour. That's going to decrease the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 15.31%. And options. At a $42 strike price, it was 11.2 thousand contracts. An hour ago, it is now 12.5. And on the put side of things, the $38 strike price is no longer 38. It is moved up to 40. Very, very small margin between the two now. It's gone from 4.7 thousand contracts at 38 to 6.2 at 40. So basically a 2-to-1 ratio now in call versus put volume, with the call and put values. The strike price is being very close. The spread basically is the max pain at 41. So my thought is that we will probably start seeing price jumping back up here. This is it right here. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME in 13th position with 57% buys to 43% sells. AMC in 21st position with 63% buys to 37% sells. What was the difference? That's really good. Those are good numbers for it. 63 to 37 is not bad. But we're 21st most traded stock. And our volume is looking like it's going to break a record. Insane. Shares borrowed in the last hour, another 100,000 there. Another 100,000 shares borrowed. Putting us at a grand total of 6.4 million shares borrowed for the day today. I can guarantee you it cost them a pretty penny to get this down. 5.3 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 47.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. Getting close to 200,000 out of the money call options. NASDAQ is down 1.28. The Dow Jones is down 0.02, and the S&P 500 is down 0.45. The market is definitely declining, 4,379 decliners to 2,970 advancers. Looks like we're not going to bounce off the trampoline right away. Tesla is down 5.62%. Robinhood is down 3.59. Amazon down 0.77. Cinemark down 3.69. Doge up 3.98. GameStop down 10.16. AMC down 4.79. Our inflow versus outflow is now a 15-point spread. Our total amount of shares having been traded for the day. We were on a pace for 28.4 million shares for the end of the day today. Let's see where we're at now. Oh, I forgot to do math here. 390. We're on pace now for 25.7 million shares. It's gonna be close. We probably won't break the all-time low that we achieved on Friday, but it's gonna be close. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 47.53. On the 1 hour, we currently have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure. RSI at 28.73, definitely oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, oversold. RSI at 26.88. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 26.2, oversold. We have 3 out of 4 indicators signaling towards buying pressure likely coming. But only one of those 3 actually showing it. Looks like I had my trampoline just a little too far over to the left. We still are traveling down this descending parallel, descending wedge. It looks like a dagger. I don't know. I guess I'll just leave the trampoline there for now. Come on, Tramp. I think I'm going to take an early lunch. Not a whole lot to see here, guys. Just really not a whole lot. If you're talking about the daily wedge for the 5 months Bondaro, I mean, if I pull back out to the daily on that and I look at it, I personally think that it's in the. I think it's fully possible for us to do something very similar back here. You know, like a fake breakout where you still are kind of just barely touching, and then heading back in. I think that's definitely in the a possible a possibility. Let me just check trend analysis on this. It would actually help. It would actually help if we did go down in price. Because if I pull trend analysis on this right now, the trend is pointing to the top. Price is so price is rising, volume is dropping. That's a bearish move. So this should be it should be a push down, right? And it won't take much. It shouldn't take much on this to drop this trend channel down to the bottom side to where we could swing out going upwards. So yeah, I do tend to think that there's a very good possibility that we break outside of this this wedge. But it would probably I'm hoping for a false breakout. Hopium. um, that totally seems like in the realm of possibilities. I mean, we still have 4 more trading days. Well, 3.5 because 26 is a half day of trading. So we really have 3.5 more days of trading to go, plus a half day today, a little less than a half day. So 4 days left of trading to go before we could swing out. You know, before we hit to the 30th. This wedge doesn't actually end until the 7th of December, which would mean an additional week on top of that, of those 4 days. And I think that's plenty of time for this thing to do kind of a nice little last scoop before heading upwards. Man, they just broke right through that trampoline. That's a broken trampoline. Possibly. I mean, government divides. ETFs. You saw them. They borrowed against the ETFs this morning. Essentially, what's happening is that we saw a massive amount of borrow going on this morning. Oh, I shouldn't say massive. Massive is too harsh of a word. We saw an abnormally large amount of borrowing going on this morning. And so, yes, I do believe that what we're seeing here is the consequences, or not consequences, the results of the borrowing of those shares. It's an attempt to try and drive the price back down here, shake some more investors. Oh, there we go. What the heck is this? Oh, it's my trend channel. Again, I'm pointed out again, guys, that those synthetic price failures are meant to psychologically attack us. 35.76. When we hit something like this, when we hit one of these synthetic price failures, that's when we see some of the biggest price increases that we, have ever seen. I'm going to pull back up here. I'll show you. Maybe this will help you guys to kind of visualize what it is that's happened to us in the past. 24%, 24.1% drop, right, back in May, led to a 206% increase in price. 23% drop led to a 12.5%. So it didn't recover here. Here's a 22.7% drop. It resulted in an 82% increase in price. 20% drop, 73% in price. 20% drop, 48% drop or increase in price. See what I'm saying? Every single time you have one of these, there's some kind of increase in price that happens or occurs afterwards that's significant going the other direction, right? So what was our last high? 44 to 43. It was a 22% increase in price. Not a very big one from the 23.5. We didn't make up our grounds, but if you look at this last one before that, it was 23 plus 23, right? So you have 47.2% drop between these two price drops right here. But you have a 40.1% and a 22%. So what is that? 40, 50, 62. It's over. It's over. So you have to trust these price movements. You have to trust that when we see these drops of like 20%, they're going to result in like much larger returns. So you have to kind of trust in those synthetic price failures. Those are actually very helpful for getting our price up to higher, newer levels. They also help to increase borrowing, and that increased borrowing helps for failure to delivers, and the failure to delivers help in forcing hedge funds to buy shares from the market, which is that's when you start seeing the MOASS. The lowest point on this wedge right here is, I mean, it would have to be like super tight, but it's like around 36.05. It actually might be 35.76. It's really close. I can't zoom in on it. It won't let me. It ends too far out. But I mean, that's some really tight margins in there. I would expect this to break out much sooner, some point somewhere in here. If I had to guess, I don't know, probably somewhere around here. I know I'm leaving out a lot in here, but that's super tight margins. We're talking like 37.51 to 38. It's like a 50-cent margin. This box might even be too close to the. This might even be too close. I maybe even should probably be moving it up. I mean, where we're at right now, the margins on this wedge is 38.59 to 39.41. So it's like a buck, just a little under a buck. That's super tight. Zach, how's it going? I assume you're asking what's happening with AMC. For the very first time, guys, for the very first time, let me show you guys something here. I don't see this very often with you guys. And so I'm going to take a picture of this. But this is the concurrent viewers today, right? And it's not matching. It's not matching our price. For the very first time, you guys are really interested in what's going on. And it's not, you know, the concurrent viewers is not matching our price movement at all. That doesn't actually happen very often. It's happened on a couple occasions, but not always. So that's kind of interesting. So, you know, and it's good to be concerned about what's going on here, but I'm telling you guys, these synthetic price failures are very, very regular. They're always in play, and you always have to expect them. And they're 20%. They're 20% from a previous high. Our last previous high was $44.43. With our current level of price movement, we are at 38.67. That's a 13% drop in price. Where I would expect that you could go to at least 19.5, if not more, depending on how many people who sell off during this period of time. You know, if more people sell off, it could go up to maybe about 21.5%. It could go 25%. It just depends on how many people sell shares. But your big turnaround points, big huge turnaround points where you're going to see the most movement upwards is going to be at this blue line or this red line. It was funny. It's really kind of, it's not funny. It's kind of ironic. Last night I had a conversation with no, algorithm has not been changed. I promise you that. I promise you the algorithm has not changed. I had the conversation with Monty last night, and you know, I told him about these 20 and percent drops, and we were just talking about it, and you know, I said it certainly you can never put them out of play. But the sure thing that happens is that when you do hit those 20% dips in price that happen in a very quick and fast mannered action, you have big rebounds off of them, super big rebounds, right? Like 40%, 70%, 200% price increases. But this is what they do. They really want you to be afraid here. They want you to be afraid of what's happening. They want you to question it, and they want you to sell your shares, and I will show it to you. This is an article written back in 2014. Hold on a second. All right. I'm going to get rid of all this junk here. I'm going to show you this article. This article was written in 2014. I'll post the link. You got to read it. You got to read this article because it tells you exactly what's happening. That article tells you, and some of you guys who've been here for a while, you've read it before. You don't need to go read it again. But this is it right here. This is the part right here. I'll start. I guess this is probably this sentence right here. Massive counterfeiting can drive the stock price down in a matter of hours on extremely high volume. Now, of course, we don't have high volume right now, but there's reasons for why we don't have high volume. This is called crashing the stock, and a successful crash is a one-day drop of 20% or a 35% drop in a week. In order to make this crash stick or make it more effective, it is done concurrently with all or most of the following: media assaults, analyst reports, planting moles in target companies, frivolous SEC investigations, class action lawsuits, interfering with target companies' customers' financing, etc., pulling margin from long customers, paid bashers. This article was written in 2014, guys. 2014. This is not a new playbook for him. Not a new playbook at all. Expect this stuff to happen. It's going to happen. It will happen. Go read that. It tells you everything. It tells you the entire game book. We have their game book. We have been experiencing this stuff for years. For years and years and years and years. And nothing's changed. The algorithms haven't changed. Nothing has changed. I mean, just wait, guys. This is nothing. This is absolutely nothing. The big dips are 40%. Those are the ones when you guys are going to start crashing in here going like, what the F is going on? And I would be like, guys, it's a 40% dip. This is great. This is great because big earnings is coming. When we see a 40% dip, oh boy, you're in the meaty chunk of what's going to come. And it's going to be massive amounts of money coming in, being pumped into the stock. This is diamond forming hand period of time here. You know what I'm saying? Like this is pressure. This is pressure being applied to see how well you can hold. $62 votes. There's a whole bunch of votes now. I'm pretty sure 62 votes today beats the amount of votes that we had yesterday. So many more people picking 35 to 40 than there was. It is actually coming back. It's a runner from the behind. 35 to $40 is coming from behind. I love seeing the underdog coming back to win. Oh man, it's hilarious. It's hilarious to me. We're doing good, guys. We are doing good. Trust me. If you saw, let me tell you what you would be seeing. If you saw apes selling right now, you would see massive amounts of volume. Massive amounts of volume. Okay, what do we have for volume right now? 17.07 shares. 17.07 million. That's it. If people were selling in droves right now, you would have such high volume. The volume would just be through the roof. We're doing good. We are doing really, really good. Well, Anthony, I'm not really following GME like super hardcore, but I don't know. I honestly couldn't give you a great answer on that one. They pumped. Let me read your question one more time. They pumped up GME so much more before this dump. What do you attribute that to? I mean, let's make no mistake here, guys. Right? Who all is on fire right now? Is it just us? Because if it was just us, then I would say, something is going on here, right? But no, it's us, it's GME, it's Cinemark, it's Amazon, it's Robinhood, it's Tesla. All of our key indicators, even Doge, who was almost up 5% today, is now down to 2.9% up for the day today. It is not just us, right? They're dropping the price on us here, but it's not just us that they're dropping the price on. The market as a whole is not doing too hot. We currently have 4,507 decliners to 2,852. NASDAQ is down 1.55. S&P 500 is down 0.5. The Dow Jones is pretty much just breaking even. Yeah, this box didn't work out. I mean, I really should have moved this box up more. We're doing good. I know it sucks. I know it sucks watching this thing tank like this, but I'm telling you guys, the rewards are in the waiting. Yep, 13%, 12.79, nearly 13%. I want to go back and check out that 30th of September again real quick. Oops, I went way back too far. I was at it already. So it looks like the turnaround. Yeah, the turnaround would be around like 12:30ish. Oh, we're past that now. I was just curious what time of the day it occurred. Yeah, we're past that now. The diamond grip. You want the GI Joe with the diamond grip. See, here's the here's the part that's crazy is that, some of us felt like there was no way that we would see this get back under a certain price, and we thought, no, 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 there's no way. There's no way we see this get back down to a certain price. There's no way I'm going to be able to get this kind of savings again. And I'm telling you guys, so long as that 20% amount is a synthetic price failure is available to be had, it can happen. Yeah, I thought I remembered that from somewhere. I couldn't remember what it was from. 37.50 and we bounce. Dan, welcome to the channel. Thought you'd never see the 30s again. Sometimes when you guys change pictures on me, maybe that's what it was. I don't know. Sometimes when you guys change pictures on me, that's why I don't I think you're a new person. Active Douglas did that to me not too long ago, and I was like, oh, Active, I know who that is. Yeah, you guys should do it every single day, and I'll just be like, what the heck is going on around here? What's wrong with you crazy fools? Changing your pictures on your YouTube channel. You accessorizing people. Oh, you are new, Dan? Okay, well, I apologize. Welcome to the channel, Dan. We do have a couple other. I think that I've seen another, at least one, maybe two other Dans before. Good old Gazer Beam Gary up in the top right-hand corner, checking out everything that's going on here. He wants to see what's going on. He's like, wait a minute, what's going on? Yep, we definitely broke out of the wedge. Not very hard, but we definitely did break out of it. It's starting to look like, I'm not going to draw it just yet. It's a little too early, but it could be a descending parallel channel again with this new touch point down here. I'll check it here in just a second. See, Brett, yeah, you're killing me, man. Like that, I kept reading it like this will trip you out, and I kept looking at the picture and then the name and then reading the. Yeah, you threw me off. Doesn't take much. I've been telling you guys. I've been trying to tell you guys for a while now that's coming. That narrative is coming. It is absolutely 100% right around the corner. The Ortex data, the Fintel data. There's a lot of data out there. Careful, Brett. Don't put too much of a sexy picture up or I'll start treating you nice. I'm teasing. Yeah, I can't draw this. I don't know what this is. This looks like a descending broadening wedge. Let me see if I can fool around with this data here. I have not looked this one up. This is absolutely the first time I have ever seen a descending broadening wedge. And I would assume that it would work the exact opposite. There's got to be a bigger picture. Hold on, let me scroll back out here. There's got to be a bigger picture going on. So on a 30-minute interval, we broke outside of our wedge. We had a wedge that was kind of coming down through here. We broke out going down out of our wedge. We are below 38.22 if we come to the daily interval. Have we broken out of this yet? What's the bottom number here? The bottom number for today is 38.33, so we're below it. So if we opened up below 38.33, we will have broken out of the wedge for tomorrow. Tomorrow's low would be 38.48. So this may be the attempt to try and break outside the bottom side of this wedge right here. This is the attempt. The 6.2 million shares that they borrowed this morning. No, 6.4 million shares that they borrowed this morning. I can almost guarantee you is going towards this. Look at the, oh my gosh. Look at this order book. Holy crap. This is, it can't get more obvious than this. When these get up here, I got to get rid of my picture. Hold on. You can't, they're down here. Look at these. This is to fill the gap right here. There's a gap between 37.90 and 37.80. And to fill the gap, they've got a bunch of single orders in here to try and fill that gap. they're gapping this thing down as hard as they can. Oh man, this got me kind of pumped. They're doing everything that they possibly can to get this down. This almost makes me feel like they're in trouble if they can't. Somebody said there was a settlement date coming up. Is that tomorrow? I think that's tomorrow. Is the 35 is the T plus 35 settlement date tomorrow, or is it Friday? No. No, Brett. Absolutely not. Oh yeah, no, that's not gonna be me, Eric, I promise. Uh I agree with what Bandara said right there. That's not, and that won't happen. I really feel like they're trying to. I feel like there's a price point that they're specifically trying to hit here, and I would tend to lean back on my whole synthetic price failure um, of this 35.76. But it doesn't look to me like they're gonna get there. I don't think they're having as much luck as they. Oh man, I gotta start looking at some more data. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. What is going on with off exchange? It's dropping. It's dropping. So they're not going to continue to attack. This might be another bear trap, or bull trap rather. Sorry, bull trap. Off exchange dropped by another percent ish. Shares being borrowed. No new shares being borrowed. Oh, no, I take back another 100,000. Another 100,000 shares have been borrowed. Let's see. So that puts them at 6.5 million shares borrowed for the day today. Let's update Vortex. 1.31. I know it's early, guys. I know I'm kind of like running through some of the numbers early. I won't change my data, but they're getting shares. They've returned 1.31 million shares, but we've dropped in price. We've dropped from 42.02 all the way down to $38. And all they've gotten back so far, all that they're reporting that they've gotten back so far, is a return of 1.31 million shares. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. That means that a lot of this price movement has all been on their backs. No, Dan, I don't. Good afternoon, Einstein. Einstein. I have to say it right. I want to say Einstein, but I know it's Einstein. How do we know if we've bounced? I usually kind of, for a 7% loss in price like this, I would say that you would probably need to see a gain of probably about 2 to 3% before you'd really officially call it a bounce. You could kind of look at it right now, right? Like you could say 38.08 and then, prices come up to 38.26. I would look at that as like a percentage, right? How much of a return has that been off the bottom? And figure that out. You want to get like a percent or two off the bottom before you really consider it like a good bounce off the bottom. But it looks to me, based on everything I'm seeing, and Brett just said that they just borrowed another 100K, which they did. It looks to me like what they're doing is they're allowing shares to hit the market right now because the off exchange is dropping, which means they're not hiding buy orders. And so that's why you're seeing a bit of a run up here. Volume started to increase. So they're going to let those buy orders hit for a little bit, and then they're going to tack back down. So it's like almost like it looks to me like this could be a little bit of a bull trap here. 100% MCon, they are hoarding massive amounts of shares to try and short the stock down when this does pop. So, who asked the question about did we hit the bottom? Oh, Ivan. I would go with 1.5. 38. Yeah. I would say that we would have to get above 38.65 before I would call it a complete recovery or bounce off the bottom based off of this 38.08 low. And I know that seems like a lot. But about a 1.5% increase is what you probably want to see, at least at a bare minimum. Anthony, I think our government wants us to have this end before taxes are due. I don't think they want us to get away with capital gains free. SSR had to have triggered, right? I didn't look. Nobody said anything. Nope. SSR triggers at 37.12. They did not trigger SSR, so the question about can they just print synthetic shares in other methods, when SSR is triggered, yes. There are other ways for them to print synthetics through options. I'm not familiar with how that works exactly. I'm not an expert in that regards. So you'd get a really crappy answer out of me if I tried to dive down that rabbit hole. mean, if this thing continues upwards, what was the price number I said? 38.65. If this thing busts past 38.65 and continues moving up hard, that could be the bounce off the bottom at 38.08. If they didn't make a synthetic price failure, which is 35.76, that's amazing. I mean, that's kind of crazy. Wait for it. Wait for it. 38.65. Just wait for it. They have a sell wall at 38.62. Okay, no sell walls left. This might be the attack back down here. You can see the gap numbers hitting at the top. Single amount of shares. There's a single share right there. And they're still attacking. I'm going to put on the order book so you guys can see what it is I'm talking about. Watch these numbers. Watch for the single values to show up under the bids. Boom, boom. They're hitting it. That was a double-digit number, but it still seemed like it might have been. Yeah, there we go. There's another one. They're still hitting this thing. The question is what's gonna win here? Is there a lot of pressure for buying right now? Is there a lot of buying pressure kicking in, or is it, if there is a lot of buy pressure kicking in and they're out of ammunition, then they're either going to start borrowing or they're going to let it run. One of the two. So we need to see some more borrowing happen. Sorry guys, my eyes are just completely on this order book. I'm not watching what you guys are writing. Sorry, 1 second. No, man, no. I don't think this is gonna be a push upwards. The bid side looks too weak. It's way too weak. There's too many holes. Yeah, that almost looks over. Now wait to see if we see something really pop up on the ask side in the range of 1,000 or more shares as a sell wall. We'll know that this is done going up, and that they're going to continue to tack back down. That'll be the last sign. There's 1,000 right there, 38.59. Oh shoot, nope. Buying pressure comes from behind. Oh man, I feel like I'm at a racetrack. Buying pressure kicks in. It's so weird though. Like we don't have Our buy orders are hitting the market. It's hitting market. It looks like the buy orders are just hitting the ask. The limit orders are not in there. Like the limit orders are real weak. It looks to me like we're buying the ask. It's got to be a solid drive. It's got to be a solid drive past 38.65. Is that the price I said? Yeah, 38.65. It's got to be a solid drive past this number. It can't just hit it and then expect that to be, oh yeah, okay, it hit it, so it's good. It's got to be a solid drive. Right now, there's a fight going on, a major fight, which is good for volume, right? A fight's going to cause volume to go up. We're definitely hitting more volume than we've seen like all morning long, and we're not going to be anywhere close to uh, the volume predictions I had earlier. All right, this is exciting. I kind of want to keep watching it, but it is time for technical analysis, and I do want to read what it is you guys are saying. That's really important to me as well. Let me see. I'd love to be in the spot where I owe a few hundred K in taxes. That's funny, Dan. It, yeah, I was actually in that position one time in my life. It was weird. It was a weird sensation because I got paid like I think it was like 100 and well 70, 80, 90. It was a little over 100K. It was a little over 100K, and they took out like 30 no, how much did they take out of it? Yeah, it was like 30 something odd $1,000. And I was just like, I choked a little. I choked a little. It was actually closer to the 45 side. Um, but yeah, I choked a little bit on that. I was like, oh my gosh, that's a lot. It was hard. No, I know what you meant, Anthony, but I don't think that they're at a loss right now. So they don't. I mean, they have losses. They already have losses that they can claim. What's the tax on 1 million? Depends on your tax bracket. Was it difficult to process? No. It just came out of my check. So I was working for a company, and they were shutting down, and they said, "Hey, we'll pay you guys over the next 3 years, time and a half, and but you can't collect the money unless you stay here until the very end." And so for 3 years, I got time and a half. So it was a year and a half's worth of pay, which came out to like 70, 80, 90, like a little over 100. It was like maybe 100, 110, $120,000 was the paycheck. And it just came right out of the check. It was just came straight out of the check. I didn't even get to like see the full amount of money in my account. It just came right out instantly. Roberto, so what's the max amount for government to start taking capital gains, or is every dollar you made you get capital gain tax. That is a great tax question. I am not a tax consultant and I can't give you advice. I'm really hoping to get somebody on the channel to talk about some of these kind of things in the near future. We'll have to see what happens, but yeah, I can't. You can find out information. There's actually really interesting. If you just go and you look up capital gains taxes, you can kind of go figure out some of this stuff on your own. But when it comes to MOASS and collecting your money, it's going to be really advantageous of you to go out and get somebody to help you with your taxes this time, because this is not going to be something you want to do on your own. The second best thing in this whole saga is all of their tactics are on display. Take good notes, everyone. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, talk to a tax consultant. I always told people that they should, just try not to spend a whole bunch of your money until you figure out your taxes with a tax consultant first, because that's really what you want to do. Get your ducks in order first before you go out and buy your Lambo. You know what I'm saying? Figure out how much money you really have until you make decisions. Let's do technical analysis. It's 107. It's past time. Take you guys over to the other page. Update my fidelity. All right, looking at the off exchange, 56.83 is what it was an hour ago. No, it wasn't. I updated this not too long ago. 56.83 was what it was probably about 30 minutes ago. It is now 56.89. Starting to collect a little bit more into the off exchange. Now that tells me that they're going to start attacking some more. Let's see here. Updating Ortex. 1.31 million shares having been returned. That is up from 475,000 shares earlier. That's going to lower our estimated current short share interest of the free float down to 15.16%. The narrative is being built. Updating the options. Ooh. Why are people doing this? Okay, so earlier this morning, our call options with the most amount of volume was $50. Then we hit this big down run, and it changed to 42. Now it's back up to 50 again. So, yeah, that just happened. It went from, I just erased it. Hold on a second. It went from 12.5 thousand contracts at 42 to 15.5 at 50. On the oh man, on the put side of things, very similar thing happened. It was $40. It was 38 bucks earlier this morning. Went up to 42 or 40. It is now dropped back down to 38. And at 40 earlier, it was 6.2 thousand contracts. It's now 12.7 at 38. Why do you never learn, old man? That's what I want to say. All right. Oh, look, good old Gazer Beam Gary is looking over us here. Orders by Fidelity customers. With volume starting to pick up here, we should be moving up the list here. GME has moved into 12th position with a healthy 61% buy to 39% sell ratio. AMC moving all the way up to 15th. We were in 24th earlier this morning with a very heavy 69% nice buys to 31% sales. I am childish. Yes, I said nice when I said 69. I don't care. Live with it. It's funny. Let's see here. Shares available to borrow. Just out of an extra 100,000. Nothing new since then. Oh, options. Where did it go? Okay. 4.1 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. Very, very low. 42,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts. That's surprisingly actually pretty high considering how much we just dropped in price. The Nasdaq is down 1.3%. The Dow Jones is up 0.31. The S&P 500 is down 0.28. We have 4,348 decliners to 3,005 advancers. Looks like the market might be picking up just slightly. Tesla, however, is down 6.51%. Hood is down 3.66. Amazon is down 0.4. Cinemark is down 3.27. Doge is up 2.88. GME is down 11.94 and AMC is down 7.1. There is currently a 28-point spread between the inflow and outflow. Our total amount of shares, I think we were on pace for about 26 million earlier. I don't know, maybe something close to that. Let's see what kind of pace we're on right now. We're on pace for 27.7 million shares traded for the day today. I was guesstimating somewhere around the range between 10 and 30 million shares for the day. I just can't with myself. I don't know. 10. On the day interval, I don't know. There's something wrong with my head. On the daily interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.64. That's not going to change likely until later on tomorrow. I mean, the numbers update as it happens, but we're probably not going to see enough of a push today to see this change at all. On a 1 hour basis, 1 hour interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI very low at 24.11. Definitely signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more. I don't know. It looks like more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 21.87. Again, very oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI at 29.56. It was low. 19. It got down to 19. We got to pull up a Bollinger Band on this. Manipulation. 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 All right, maybe not here. Close. Very close, though. So, what I would say about this when I say manipulation, oops. What I'm trying, I guess what I want to say is that the price is being manipulated down, but I think people sold here. People started selling here, and so on top of the manipulation, you had additional added pressure, selling pressure, that was outside of the normal parameters of the upper and lower band, the 3 sigma. I have mine. I have my Bollinger Band set up for 3 sigmas. So there was some selling pressure that happened here, abnormal selling pressure. A little bit here. And this almost was another spot. But for the most part, though, these are just attacks down. We're doing a really good job at holding. So it looks like Regal Cinema is going to start accepting cryptocurrency. They're jumping on the bandwagon. Oh, that's a good question. Let me read that. Let me reread that real quick here. GD saying, Casey, if the thesis is right, how is it possible those billions of synthetics aren't killing the short hedge funds? Do they not owe margin maintenance or SB fee on those? They should. They should be. However, the only amount that they're appearing to owe from right now is based off of the amount that are in loans. So they've done a very good job of shuffling everything around, and so the only fees that they would be gaining, or not gaining, so the only fees that they would be losing would be off of current on loan amounts. However, um, I lost my train of thought. Where was I going with that? So typically speaking, they show up in failure to delivers. So they borrowed shares that they don't have, and they can't return, and then they're forced to go to the market to. You didn't break me. I read Badback's comment below that, and it's with the ADD, that's all it takes. I just read just one other thing while I'm talking, and I'm gone. Like my mind just wanders, and I can't let that happen. But so Badback broke me. What I want to say is that failure to delivers is usually what we start seeing the stack, right? And so eventually what ends up happening is they have to go to the market to buy shares to cover for those failure to delivers. And you don't see those on the on loan amount because while they are on while they are on loan, they don't get reported as on loan. They just get reported as failures to deliver. So we're not seeing those stacking. And the reason that I think that we're not seeing those stacking is because the requirement to create liquidity right now is not happening. That's a whole different. I mean, I can sit here and tell you why I think that is, and it's we have to throw on tinfoil hats, and just it's I don't even know if it's worth it. It's not worth it, but it is costing them. It is absolutely 100% costing them. Um, I think that what we'll end up seeing happening is another run up in price like we saw back in June. And then you'll start seeing the on loan amount. So right now they've done a good job of selling off a bunch of loaned amount of selling back a lot of puts that decrease the amount of shares that they have on loan. When the price does start to spike back up, they're going to be loaning a whole bunch of shares, and those failure to delivers are going to start stacking once again. And I think that's what's coming in the near future. And so some of the hiding of numbers, true numbers, is going to start showing up. But we got to wait for the price increase before that happens. And then depending on how high the price goes, could determine whether or not margin calls happen or not for some of the companies. I don't expect the big guys to really get margin called right off the bat. I expect some of the smaller companies to get smaller hedge funds to get margin called first. And right now, I quite honestly think that what's happening is that the hedge funds, some of the larger companies, are actually they want to bleed off the smaller fish. They want to bleed them off because they're taxing on this play to them. I don't. No, I don't agree. Bad back. I don't agree. Anthony says, let's say 1,000 a share is inevitable. If they can shake off 1 million shares from apes, which would be 1 billion, why would they waste millions every day to shake off as many as they can hold? Well, yeah. The answer to that is because there's billions of shares that are out there. There's billions of shares. Sunflower. Okay, where am I? I had to turn off my phone for 4 hours and just checked Fidelity, and all my stocks are in the red. They were all green at 7:30. Did all the stocks drop together? Question mark. That's that's a great observation. Everybody's getting hit. Everybody's taking a big hit today. But all we have to do is hold, and that's it. And it doesn't, our realized gains or losses don't happen until we sell. So try not to look at it that way, Sunflower. Try to look at it more as, at least for AMC, try to look at it as this is part of the process. The market's going to crash before AMC rips. It most definitely will. If all these numbers and price action is fabricated and false manipulation, then staring at 8 hours a day, if we are just going to hold anyway, is pointless. Just hold, let's come here every day and bullshit and laugh. Yeah, I mean, kind of, definitely. Um, the only thing to that is that, I feel like we're on a learning process, right? Every single day that I point things out to you guys, I point it out for a reason, right? When we go over volume analysis and like understanding where we're at in volume pattern, I'm doing this repetitively on a daily basis. There's Bondara will probably appreciate this. There's a Russian saying that says, repetition is the mother of all learning. And and I've come to appreciate that. My dad used to tell that to me when I was a kid. Repetition is the mother of all learning. But I've modified it. I've modified it over my years, and I think that the American saying to that repetition is the mother of all learning is practice makes perfect. And I like this better. Perfect practice makes perfect. Because if you practice to fail, you'll fail. So repetition is not the mother of all learning. It's very precise repetition of the good results that you want. So when we come here on a 9-hour basis every single day and we look at all this information and we cover it continuously, I'm trying to get you guys into a mode of like, this is what we're going to be doing when the MOASS happens. We're going to be checking these kind of things over and over and over and over. And we will be looking for all the indicators that we need to see. They're going to point to us to what's happening with the stock. So it's not just a learning curve for you guys, it's a learning curve for me too. This repetition, if you're an athlete, you do these things over and over and over. You do it over and over and over, and you train. And the hope is, the result is that you're going to go out and you're going to play the best game you've ever played. Right? So that's what we're doing here. Joking along the way is always fun. So yes, we definitely have to have humor as we're going. Eric says we were waiting for a revelation and you were spaced out. It's like it reminds me of Tom Hanks in Life is Like a Box of Chocolates. What's that called? Forrest Gump, right? He's running down the thing and they're all like waiting for him to talk and he's like, I think I'll go home now. I'm tired. Yep, that's me. You guys are listening to Forrest Gump. Congratulations. Oh, I agree, Badback. I agree. And in fact, not only that, but they, after they lose all their money on the table, they go back and they grab more money and they come back and they sit down with like a larger stack or maybe even just another stack of the same size. The saying is learning takes place with repetition. Okay. The mother I don't know if you're talking about the Russian saying or the American saying, but so I want to I wish my dad was here. I really wish my dad was here so that he could say it, because he could say it with like the best Russian accent. I wish I had a recording of him saying it, but that's it right there. I wish I could say it, but it's I've tried so many times. Let me see if I can get it to. Let me see if I can get Google to pronounce it. Let's see. We're gonna see if Google. We'll see what Google can come up with here.
Repetition is the mother of learning.
Повторение – мать учения.
Yep, That's what he used to say. That's it. Only in a male voice.
Повторение – мать учения.
Only he said it much more fluently. Ah, man, I missed that. I really did like it when he said that. Anyways. Yes, you did see Russian in the chat, Bandaro. Man, dude, I love those guys. Bad back, those guys are my favorite. I love it when they do that. When they like, it excites me to no end to watch them like get up from the table and go grab some more cash. I love those guys. Total ATMs. I used to play with actually I'm not sure where he was from. I'm not sure. I shouldn't even say because I really don't know. But um, I used to play poker with this one guy, and he had a Russian accent, so I think he was from somewhere in that area. And the thing that was the funniest was we were playing poker one day, and he was just like, I don't care, you know. He goes in on everything. He didn't care. It was always going in on stuff. And one day we're I think I was dealing. And I dealt the cards out, and he pulled up his cards and he goes, "Ooh." everybody everybody around the table folded. And he's, what? Why you guys fold? He flips over pocket aces. You guys are killing me. I have pocket aces and you all fold. And it's like, you said, oh. You literally sat there and said, oh, in front of every single one of us. It was so funny. Oh. Just no poker face. I've modified the saying, though, Bondaro. I have modified the saying. In America, we say um, practice makes perfect. It's the equivalent of what I would say that saying is. And over here in the United States, that's the saying, and I think that that's a bad saying because I think that it's more about perfect repetition. Because if you practice how to do something wrong, all you learn is how to do something wrong. So practicing correctly or perfect repetition is the mother of learning. And I like that saying much more. Have a good one, Brett. Take care. Have a good night at work. Bondaro, have I shown you my Russian samovar? If you'll stick around for just a second, hold on. I'm gonna show you something. Hold on 1 second. Let me go get it. I'll be right back. I'm supposed to be on break, but I'm gonna show you this real quick. Hopefully you're still listening. So my dad and my mom took me to Turkey and we were going through the Grand Bazaar, and my dad really wanted to buy a Russian samovar. Not a replica, like literally one of the ones that they would have passed down through the heirlooms. And so this is, and the background story to this is that they almost lost me, and we were in the Grand Bazaar in Turkey, and blonde-haired, blue-eyed, how old was I? Maybe 10 years old. Boy got lost from his parents in the Grand Bazaar of Turkey, and while they were shopping for this. So when my dad passed away, I wanted this. So this is how I remember him. I'll put it away. Anyways, Russian samovar. Doc saying I fell asleep not accepting this price action, but Dave Marino Jr. called it. I just didn't believe it was possible. Synthetic price failures are always a possibility. But it's time for lunch. I need some. It's past lunch. It's break time. I'll be back in 20 minutes. I don't care. Just stuff something down. Get a beer. Meet back up with you guys. 2 p.m. Yeah, I had felt like there was going to be a price reduction today, just simply because of the fact that we had Fidelity showing low buy orders. But the good news is we should be on a very good upkick by Thursday. Wednesday will probably be a little bit down as well too. We did see some sell-offs or higher levels of sales on Monday, so that will transfer over to tomorrow. So, anyways, I'll see you guys back here at 2. Alrighty, guys. It's that time of day. It's power hour. Nice little movement that we just had there. My price prediction lower amount was 39.50. So we got a little bit of a ways to go here. I'd love to see hit it, but I'm not going to hold my breath. I am not going to hold my breath, but it is time. It is time to do our usual. And you know what it is? It's time to toast. To the end of the day. I'm gonna make this a personal toast. I had somebody do something for me. Didn't ask him to do it. It was kind of cool though. Shout out to Stockmaster, AMC Stockmaster. He clipped a part of something that I said earlier today, threw up in a post and a tweet. I don't know, man. I thought that was cool. I thought that was really, really cool. I'm gonna toast to AMC Stockmaster. That was awesome, man. I hope it helps somebody. I hope it really does help somebody to know that there's a reason why we see these synthetic price failures. Does it mean that we can't go down further? We didn't actually hit the synthetic price failure point. That actually would have been much, much lower. It would have been 35.76. I do think that there's going to be more selling pressure tomorrow. But some of the numbers that we're seeing today, some of the buying numbers that we're seeing today will result in price increases on Thursday. So just kind of keep those kind of things in mind. 35.76 is a possibility. Try not to be discouraged. Some of those price movements upwards come from downwards movement first. But to AMC Stockmaster, cheers. That was a really cool little clip that you posted, and I hope it reaches people. Let's see what you guys are writing here. Oh, you're right. Friday. My bad. Thursday. I don't know why I said Thursday. You're right. Friday. Friday's right. We'll all be having price moving up on Friday, and it'll be in the form of all of our scales for when we measure our weight. Well, for those of you who are practicing Thanksgiving on Thursday, anyways. Let's see here. Let's do a little technical analysis. Let me fix the screen here first. Throat gurgles. All right, taking you guys to the other screen. Refresh fidelity. Off exchange, 56.89 an hour ago is now recording 55.18. Less and less being stuffed into the off exchange. Looks like they might let this run a little bit. It could be another trap. It could be another trap. It's a trap. We'll see. We shall see. Vortex. Borrowed amount. It's showing a return of 1.44 million shares. An hour ago it was 1.31, so not a whole lot of a change. Options chain. Refreshing that. Highest level of volume. It's really close. It's a close tie between 42 and 50, but 50 is winning at this point in time. That's what it was an hour ago. An hour ago we had 15.5 thousand contracts for $50 strike price. It's now 16.8. On the put side of things, an hour ago, $38 strike price, we had 12.7 thousand contracts. We now have 13.6. Open interest tomorrow is going to be interesting. I really can't wait to see those numbers tomorrow morning. I'm going to look forward to that. Good old Gazerbeam Gary's been watching the stock all day today. Good old Gazerbeam Gary. Orders by Fidelity customers, and this is right here. This is what you're going to see for Friday. This is the good news that's coming for Friday. Look at GameStop here. GameStop. When was the last time we saw GameStop in the top 12? We haven't seen GameStop on the list in like a month, and here they are, top 12 most bought stock, with a 63% buy to 37% sell ratio. I smell some green candlesticks. I don't know what they smell like. Maybe evergreen. Maybe a little nice tree here in the middle of the forest. Yep, it's coming. It's coming for GME. And AMC moving into 15th position down here at the bottom, with a very strong 71% buys to 29% sales. We are buying the crap out of this dip. This is artichoke and spinach chip from Costco with some really good salty chips. We bought the crap out of this dip, and it's going to show. It'll show on Friday. I am expecting more red though tomorrow. Be prepared. Shares borrowed in the last hour looks like just returns. Returns only. In the money calls, we have 5.3 thousand contracts that are in the money on the calls, 47.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. I hate seeing this number so high. These out of the money. I really hope Friday's an amazing day for us so we can get those in the green. That'd be so nice. It's only a partial day of trading though. Market starting to recover. NASDAQ is up, or sorry, down 0.8%. Dow Jones is up 0.49. S&P 500 is 0.03. 4,161 decliners to 3,192 advancers. Tesla is down 5.8%. Hood is down 2.3%. Amazon is up 0.26. Cinemark is down 3.72. Doge is down, or sorry, up 2.81. GME is down 12.61, and AMC is down 4.51. Our inflow to outflow ratio, or not ratio, but difference is 27-point spread. Yeah, 27-point spread between outflow and inflow, more outflow than inflow. I was guessing between 20 and 30 million shares traded for the day today. We're at 23.35. Looks like my number is going to be good, but it's going to be due to this higher elevated volume towards the end of the day today. It's certainly going to be closer than I would have expected. So what kind of pace are we on? Looks like we're on pace for 26.7 million share traded day today. I should be within my limits for volume for the day today. On the daily, currently showing more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.1. On the 1 hour, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with RSI finally kicking up out underneath the 30 percentile range, and at 38.64 is what it's currently at. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with RSI at 40.14. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure, very strong buying pressure, with an RSI of 64.33. And on a 1-minute interval, we don't look at it. Looking good, though. Looking really good. We're doing a nice little recovery. Earlier, I told you that 1%. What did I say that price was? Was it 38.65? I think. We broke it. We had a really hard breakout right here. You can see it. We went down, we went back down. It looked like they continued to try to push this down. A little bit of fighting, either fighting or stagnant. Nope, that's fighting. There's still volume in here, so we had a little bit of fight going on over here on the direction of the price. A little bit of a give in, a little bit of a takeaway, and then price started shooting up here. And 38.65 hit, or sorry, 38, not 65. What was it? 38. Yeah, 65. Look at that, right there. A little bit of a fight, and then they let it run. That was your 1.5% price from 38.08, I think. Let me just make sure, verify my numbers. $38.65.12. So yeah, that was it right there. Doesn't mean that they won't attack it back down, though. As I just noted from the off exchange, that number is low. It's at 55.18. So if they start stuffing a whole bunch of shares back into that off exchange, they could suppress volume here and drop the price on us pretty quickly. I would expect to see some shares borrowed if that's the case. So we need to keep an eye on Ortex and see if we see some shares disappear in there. Not Ortex, I'm sorry, Stonko Tracker. So I'll keep it at the top of the screen. You guys can keep an eye on it for me. We'll watch it together. Kyle, how's it going? Good to see you again. A magic show. Magic shows are fun. I actually, my parents took me to a magic show one time for my birthday. I actually really enjoyed it. I like magic shows. You know, Anthony, this is, I don't push for anything on this channel, right? I have plenty of shares of AMC, and I know where this is going. And until I see otherwise, and I'll let you know when I do, until I see otherwise, I stand to make some pretty good money on this play. And I don't have anything that I need to sell here. I don't have anything I need to sell. Nothing. So I can only stand to make more money if I make you guys successful, right? If we're all successful, then we all become more successful. So I don't need to push anything. I've got really good, healthy growth around here. I can remember people's names somewhat. Jana, was it Jana from earlier this morning? I had a hard time with her last name, and hopefully I can remember her first name. Yeah, it's good slow growth. I like it. Like Adam Aaron always likes to say, he wants to see slow growth for the company stock. That's what we're getting. $39.46 end of the day is the most you could wish for today. $39.46. Oh man, that's like right underneath my Why you gotta go do that to me, Bondaru? That's like right underneath my price prediction. That's not good. Biden came up saying economy looks good. Wow. You know, hopium. Such a good thing. Oh, dang, Doc Doc. Doc Doc said, my first wife was a magician. She made my spine disappear. That hurts. That really hurts. It hurt me. Oh man. I don't want to talk on that topic. I've been remarried myself. Shh. I can't talk like I can't say anything. I feel your pain though. I feel your pain. Monty coming in with Wall Street banks are planning for a sustained period of higher inflation, running internal health checks monitoring whether clients in exposed sectors could pay back loans. Ooh, that sounds juicy. That does sound juicy. That sounds really juicy. Speaking of juicy, I'm going over to Monty's house for Thanksgiving this year. I just happen to know what he's cooking and want to be a part of that. so, so I've invited myself over to his house for Thanksgiving. I wish. Don't worry, Monty. I didn't give everybody your address. Not yet. Yeah, I want to click on that. Let's see what we got here. As U.S. inflation hits 31-year high, banks assess risks, and opportunities. Reuters. Well, I think I'm gonna get a paywall block here. I'm only allowed like one every 10 days or something. Wall Street banks are planning for sustain. Okay, so you already put that part in there. U.S. consumer prices this month posted their biggest annual gain in 31 years, driven by surges in the cost of gasoline and other goods. Excuse me a second. Senior bank executives have become less convicted. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't read. Less convinced by central bankers' arguments that the spike in temporary blip caused by supply chain disruption and are stepping up risk management. Higher inflation is generally seen as a positive for banks, raising net interest income and boosting profitability. But if it jumps high too quickly, inflation could become a headwind, top bankers warn. Goldman Sachs Chief Operating Officer John Waldron last month identified inflation as the number one risk that could derail the global economy and stock markets. JP Morgan Chief Executive Officer Jamie Dimon told analysts last month that banks should be worried that high inflation and high interest rates increase the risk of extreme price movements. A sustained period of higher inflation would pose both credit and market risk to banks, and they are assessing that risk in internal stress tests, said one senior banker at a European bank with large U.S. operations. Risk teams are also monitoring credit exposure in sectors most affected by inflation, another banker said. They include firms in the consumer discretionary, industrial, and manufacturing sectors. We are very active with those clients offering hedging protections, said the banker, who asked not to be named as client discussions are confidential. Clients that may need extra funding to get them through a period of higher inflation are being advised to raise capital while interest rates remain relatively low, the banker said. Wow. Raise capital. How does how hmm, how does a hedge fund raise capital? Clients. I guess the question really would be would a hedge fund need funding? Probably not. I'm just kind of silently reading some of the rest of this. Hmm. Perhaps for as long as 12 to 18 months, bank stock prices will rise, he said. At some point, however, if inflation continues to rise, the multiples on bank stocks will collapse, and so will bank stock prices. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Thanks for that link, Monty. That was awesome. His address is on the moon, Eric. Nice. %4 decrease on unemployment. My question to that, Roberto, would be is that if we had a 4% decrease on unemployment, what percentage of that was people who simply fell off of the list of eligibility for unemployment versus people who actually found jobs? That would be my question. Because I have a very strong feeling, and it's just a feeling, it's not necessarily data to support it, but I would have a strong feeling that there might have been a 4% decrease, or maybe even more, that fell off of unemployment due to the fact that they just ran out of eligibility. Which I always think is well, I guess there's a difference between a 4% decrease on unemployment versus like a 4% decrease on collecting unemployment. So, interesting. It's possible. It's possible, Ivan. Um, so again, this number down here is always in play. Every single moment of this AMC play, that 20% dip in price is in a constant basis. It can happen at any moment, and it can happen fast. It could happen over a 2-day period of time. Sometimes it can take a week, but it's always in play. That 35, that 19.5 to 20% drop in price is in play constantly. Monty says, as hedges continue to short AMC and GME, they will continue to need capital with inflation rising and interest rates going up to cost of borrow increases. Absolutely. 100%. What is the cost of borrow? I have not looked at it at all today. It's kind of low today. CTB max is only 1.47. And then Dan is asking, can you tell again what you look for in the order book. So I'll zoom in on it. Oops, sorry. All right, let's get this centered up here. And guys, I know it's obnoxious how big that AMKC is in there. I didn't have anything else to fill in there. I guess I could put my picture. I'll try to fix that. That's just obnoxiously large. I'll try putting my picture in there. I didn't want to have my face in there. I know that'd be obnoxious too, but I'll try fixing that here soon. Try to find something to fill in that spot. Anyways, taking a look at the numbers. Did you see that single digit that popped over here on the bid side? What they're trying to do is they're trying to fill the gaps. So if you look at some of the pricing that's going on in here, you won't see there's a gap right there between 79 cents and 77 cents. It's not a very big gap, but every once in a while you'll see a gap in there, and they'll fill it with a single share order to try and knock the price down. Filling those gaps doesn't cost them very much money, and they can use that to knock the price down. So that's what you're really watching for. Is you're watching for single share orders showing up over here on the bid side, and that helps to decrease the price. And if you see a bunch of single digit shares showing up over here, that's more than likely what's going on. Is they're attacking the price down. So that's what I watch for. I know that there's single digits on the ask side. I can't correlate price dropping to single shares or low value share numbers on the ask side to price dipping, but I can to the bid side. Perhaps it's when they show up on the ask side that those are values that they're recovering the shares that they. I don't know. I don't want to allege illegal activities because that could put me at risk. So I'm just going to say that when you start seeing single value shares showing up here on the bid side, that's what you're looking for. And I think that the term I believe the term used is a wash sale. I'm not sure if that's the exact terminology. I'm just telling you what I've witnessed over time. Anytime you start seeing a bunch of single digit shares showing up over here to fill the gaps, that's what's going on. I think it's time to get myself like a Thanksgiving koozie because I still have my horse. I just read this as horse. It's my House of Torment koozie, and Halloween is way over. I think it's time to switch. I need to go find myself my. Surely I must have one around here somewhere. I need to go find myself my Thanksgiving koozie. Actually, what I really need to do, since we only have like one day left until Thanksgiving, is like on Friday, I need to come back in here with like a Christmas koozie. I need a Christmas koozie. So I'm gonna go find one of those. Yeah, no problem. No problem, Dan. I don't know if good old Gazer Beam Gary over there helped out or not with price action today. But hopefully he saw what was going on. Let's look at this the same way that we were looking at those ascending, broadening wedges, and try to come up with the same value that we came up with before. I don't know if you guys remember the formula for that. Let's see if we can get it though. So it's going to be the height times. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. I got to look it up. It's 61% going up, but I think it's a different value going down. 1 second. It's 71% going down. So it's 1.91. And I would assume that you would subtract it from the lower value. Oh, wait a minute. That didn't come out right. 1 second. What did I do wrong there? I wish that was the price. Times 0.71 minus 3808. 3616. What this is signaling for this pattern, because we've just done 2 of these in the last 2 days. We did one this morning, one yesterday, and we almost came out. We said 4206 this morning. We came out on our jump up here. We came out to 4202. I was off by 4 cents. Not bad. So now we have a descending broadening channel or wedge, and we're doing the same exact formula because it's going the other direction, and everything is signaling towards a drop in price to 36.16. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, the end of the day is going to save us a little bit because we normally get that like last minute push, the last 15 minutes. But I would expect to see that tomorrow when market opens, we might see a drive down to 36.16. It's getting really close. 36.16 is getting really close to that 35.76 point. So we'll watch. I'm going to keep this ascending. I'm going to keep this descending, broadening wedge up here, so we can kind of take a look at it tomorrow and see how things kind of run. We haven't seen too many of these. I actually, to be honest with you guys, since I've been tracking AMC, this may be the first time that I've ever seen a descending broadening wedge. And the ascending broadening wedge that we saw earlier this morning and then one yesterday, that's probably the 3rd or maybe 4th time that I've ever seen it with this stock. Monty says, I'm transferring money right now for the dip. I can't, I don't want to, I'm not telling you guys what to do. You guys are big boys and big girls. We're all apes. We're all big apes here. You guys make your own decisions. Let's see what's going on here. I just saw what you wrote there, Kyle. And I feel so bad. I'm gonna tell you guys this story. I'm gonna tell you this story because I want to be honest with you. You know, when I first got into this play, I bought 2 shares of GME, and just 2 shares. That's all I could afford. It's all the free cash that I had at the time. And when I bought them, it was $325 a share. and I bought it on the 20. Was it the 28th? I think it was the 28th of January, and I was waiting for my other position to sell so that I could take my settled cash, the rest of my settled funds, and then transfer the rest of those into GME. And during that period of time, I researched some stuff and kind of came to the conclusion that I was going to buy AMC instead with the other funds. So those 2 shares were the only 2 shares I'd ever bought of GME, and it was just because I wanted to be a part of the movement. It wasn't like I was investing a whole bunch of money into this, but I just wanted to be a part of the movement. And I'm not going to lie to you guys, but I sold those 2 shares. I don't remember what battle it was. All I know is I took a loss. I think I sold those 2 shares for $250 a piece. So I got $500. So I lost $150 in total on those 2 shares. And I used that money to buy more shares of AMC because I think it was the battle of like, it might have been 1201. I can't remember if it was the battle of 1201 or 801. I'm pretty sure it was 1201. It could have been 1401. It was somewhere around there. I think it was like the 1201 or 1401 battle, and I felt super convicted about fighting that battle, and so I sold my 2 shares of GME, and I regret it to this day. I absolutely regret it to this day, and it's not because I didn't want to support AMC. It's because I felt like I felt like I'd given up on GME, and I didn't like that feeling after the fact. 801 was so epic. It was so epic, Anthony. My wife and I laid in bed together and sat there and cheered the price up in bed. Because she works nights, right? So she was still kind of waking up a little bit. And we cheered the price up as the market was closing that day. But I did. I felt really, really guilty about selling those 2 shares of GME at a loss. And I wish I could take it back. I really do. I wish I still had those 2 shares. That was my weak hand, paper hand moment. And we may all have them, but that was my paper hand moment. But if you're buying them, Kyle, hold on to them. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you what to do. You do what you want to do. But don't have regrets like I did, right? Like, stick to your convictions. Stick to them. There's a reason why you bought those shares. 81 votes, guys. We got 81 votes in today. Overwhelmingly, we have a huge amount of people. Oh no, actually it's not overwhelmingly. 30 to 28%. We have $50 to $55 with 30% of the people polling for that amount for a close at the end of this week. The other half is going for 35 to 40. Wow. What a poll. Today's poll is more interesting. I think today's poll is more interesting than it was yesterday. And it's probably because of what happened to the price for the day today. Perspective, right? It really is perspective. With yesterday's price movements, a lot of us felt differently yesterday than today. Man, it almost makes me want to take a poll like every single day so we can see how our attitudes change over time. Nope, I'm going to stick to it just one day of the week. Mondays, except for when I screw up and don't end the poll. Somebody please remind me at 2:50 to end the poll. I don't want to lose this data this time. I haven't ran the numbers, Roberto, on GME. I haven't ran the numbers. And man, you're asking me a question that makes me feel like really like I don't want to answer. I don't want to. We're all apes, man. We're all apes in every single play. It doesn't matter whether it's GME or AMC. We're all apes. And if you bought, I'm telling you right now, if you bought the shares for the company because you had a belief in what you were doing at the time when you bought the shares, hold on to that belief. Don't let go. Because I can tell you this about the numbers. I'm not seeing any numbers out there that makes me think that you should sell GME or AMC because of your original convictions. Nothing. Don't remind him so we can do it again tomorrow. You're terrible, Active. You're terrible. You know, if you want, one of the ways that I kind of look at how much I think a stock is shorted, Roberto, is that I look at the average 3-month volume, right? And I divide that by the free float, and it comes out with a percentage. It tells you how much of the average volume per day is traded on the free float. And what I want you to do, this is your homework. What I want you to do is I want you to go find some stocks that you're interested in buying. And I want you to take that 3-month volume and I want you to divide it by the free float. And I want you to compare the companies that you're looking to invest into. And I want you to look at them and compare and contrast and see what kind of differences that you see. And then try to make some sense of those differences. Why would that be? Why would the average 3-month volume be exceptionally higher? Or why would it be exceptionally low? You know, try to come up with a thesis as to why you think that average 3-month volume is where it's at compared to other companies. Ooh, Monty coming in with probably the best answer. It really is the best answer. He's right. He's 100% right. It really does depend on how long the people hold for. So the question really comes down to, the question that you're asking is, it comes down to who has more conviction. Is it the AMC guys or the GME guys? Who's got the conviction to hold longer? Because if it's the GME guys, then that's the one that's going to shoot up more. If it's the AMC guys, then that one's going to go up more. But it really does come down to conviction as to how long the people who are holding the stock can hold out for. That's what it comes down to, ultimately. Yeah, I don't get it either, Kyle. I really don't understand it. I mean, no, I do understand it. I mean, look, I just sat there and told you that I sold 2 shares. And I know it was only 2 shares. But if I sold those 2 shares to move my position over to AMC, that's 2 shares that GME lost. And that's 2 shares, that's that money that I lost, even though it was only $150, right? 150, 255. Yeah, $150. Even though it was only $150, guess whose pocket that wound up into? It may have wound up into Fidelity's, or it may have wound up into um, who knows, some hedge fund out there. But the fact is it didn't wind up in my pocket. So, and I think that's what kind of pisses off like the GME guys, because they were kind of like the first ones on the scene. You know, they were the first guys to the crime scene, and then everybody else wanted to play hero. And I'm not trying to talk down. I'm an AMC guy, right? I'm not trying to talk down about us AMC guys. But some of us may have jumped in a little bit later than the rest of the group. And You know, they probably saw that as like, hey, you guys should have jumped in on GME, not AMC, and we jumped in on something else instead. But it's okay. I mean, we're all still part of the same team. So I guess I agree with you in the fact that like I don't understand like why some people are like pissed off when it's like um, we're all part of the same team. But I understand where the frustration comes from because we could have been helping them out, but we decided to take a different path. So I don't know. I get it. I get it, but I don't. I think that it's like misplaced anger. Exactly. Exactly. That's the misplaced anger, right? And I would almost guarantee you, that um, there are probably people out there who are making it more of an issue than it actually is, and there are people who are nefarious actors who are trying to create division between GME and AMC. Um, and it's working to some extent. It's working. So that's why this thing is really simple. Buy and hold. Make it stupid simple. Kiss. Keep it stupid simple. The other part to what you're saying right there, Anthony, which I think is probably more key than you could possibly even realize, is that you said they. You said they completely forgot about the buy button being taken away. And when you say they, you're talking about GME. But the they in the sentence right there is who took away the buy button. I mean, we know who took away the buy button. But how did that happen? And who is they? It's so key. It's so important to know who that is. And we really don't know. That's probably one of the biggest mysteries that needs to be solved. If we don't solve that mystery, what's to say it's not going to happen again? Interview cohodes? I could. I'll ask. I'll ask. I don't think he'll interview with me. I'm a nobody in contrast to some of the bigger fish that he's trying to talk to. But if that's what you guys want, if you guys want me to interview him, if you want me to set up an interview with him, I'll set one up. I'll talk with him. I'll ask him the hard questions. It doesn't bother me. The question is are you going to believe him? Are you going to believe what he has to say? Um, I don't know. Does it even matter, right? Like if it really is all about just buying and holding, does it matter what he has to say? I don't know. I feel like it would be a distraction. You know what I mean? Like let's not worry. Oh, he's on with Gasparino. Oh, I thought you were telling me to interview him. You were saying he's on right now. I'd pull it up, but the thing is, well, I don't. If you have a link for it, I'll give you access to link it. But we're so close to the end of the market here. I don't even know if I care what he has to say. I really don't. I know what my convictions are. I know, all I really need to do is just continue to either buy or hold. And I don't know that it matters. I thought you were totally asking me. I did. I thought he was telling me to interview him. I would have. I would have done it. I'd have asked. Never hurts. Let's see if I can find it. I don't know. I don't even know. I feel like I'll just get angry. Do I really want to get angry at the end of the day? Let's see. Like, how do you say his last name? Is it Cahodes or Cahodes? So here's a Twitter. Here's a Twitter breaking one of three. So this is from Charles Gasparino. He's tweeting saying, "I just spoke with Mark Cahodes, who wants me to correct my previous report on his AMC idea. Mark says he has never spoken to CEO Adam in his life. There were never any meetings between the two. He did email Aaron a vague plan for his idea to issue a security token as a dividend that will trade on the T0 platform. Mark says the purpose of the concept is to put an NFT with value into the hands of AMC stockholders. It will also have an added feature of ending the debate once and for all on whether AMC is the subject of naked shorts. Mark returns from Italy on November 22nd. We will have him on Fox Business as soon as he gets over jet lag, which will probably be the next day. Story developing." Hmm. It's, I don't know. I still feel like I still feel like um, we need to just keep this simple. The idea of setting up NFT tokens attached. I think it's a cool idea. I really don't get me wrong. I think it's a great idea. But if it's diluting from the idea that what we really our purpose here is to just sit here and buy and hold, then you know it's the wrong message. I don't know. Cahodes. Thank you, government divides. GD. Adam Aaron tells Mark Cahodes to stand down. Bondara said 38.25. The last time we were here was November 11th. And before that, November 2nd, just need another chance for Crazy Pepe to increase his position. Done flying. And GD said, I have super low expectations. It's better to have none, right? Like no expectations. It's getting close time to wrap this up here, guys. I'm going to end the, if you guys want to vote on this poll, I'll give you guys like I'll give you one more minute to vote on the poll if you haven't voted on the poll for the price prediction at the end of the week. Otherwise, I'm going to end the poll so we can get our data once and for all. So we don't have to do this again until next week. End it. Nobody last votes. Okay, here we go. A music poll. Okay. Well, I can't. I mean, it only lets me put in. I have to fill in the blank. So, if you have a preference of something that you want to hear, Eric, feel free to throw it out there. Okay, so I just went ahead and copied down the poll information. So I've got it saved. Serious question about the NFT. GameStop has been teasing one and 8. Adam Aaron hasn't really accepted it yet. Why don't we try to get one of these other meme stocks like BB Naked or Cost to create one? Have a good night, Bandaro. That's late for you, buddy. Get some good rest, man. Oh yeah. See, I tried. So my mom requested jazz. Maybe it's. I'll work on that, Eric. I've got an idea. Excuse me. I've got an idea. It's a drunk idea. It's drunk off of one beer idea, but I've got an idea, and we'll try to figure something out for you. And it might be some jazz tomorrow. There might be some jazz. My favorite music teacher of all time said that if you ever play a wrong note in a song, it's a wrong note. But if you play the same wrong note twice, it's jazz. So maybe we'll make some jazz tomorrow. Bandaro is from Russia. Maybe the Ukraine. I'm not sure specifically. I missed out on it. Apparently he's somewhere over there. Belarus. Thank you. Thank you, Duncan. I didn't catch the place my mom was telling me later. Doc says, I got in a car with a guy once that was playing pirate songs. I told him, how in the hell did you find a CD of pirate songs? And he then pulled out his CD holder and it was nothing but pirate CDs. Okay. That would have been scary. That would have been very scary. Doesn't look like we're going to hit my 39.50 before the end of the day. Ah, man, I should have gone with 39 to 41. Or 42, rather. All right, guys. Getting really close to the end here, so you know the usuals. Eat, sleep, drink. Get your mind prepared for tomorrow. I do expect to see some red tomorrow. Spend time with your family. Spend time with friends if you don't have family to spend time with. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, remaining start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Yo, all you homebodies out in Bronx, this one's for you.
Pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume.
Get down.
And one thing that I've come to believe is that technology can bring greater access to our capital markets. Our central question is this, though. When new technologies come along and change the face of finance, as they have done for decades, how do we continue to achieve our core public policy goals? In my role, I will always be animated by thinking about working families in the SEC's three-part mission: protecting investors, promoting fair, orderly, and efficient markets, facilitating capital formation.
Put the needle on the record. 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 When the drum beats go like this.
Pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume, dance.